Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. And yes, I have started a little bit early. The reason is give people a chance to get that ping come up to them. But also, I've got something to talk about this morning as well. And it didn't really fit into the general flow of this week's presentations. And so I thought I'd start it early. We might be a few minutes late going to the first session, which is with Maiko. Before I start, because the conversation I'm about to have, I'm actually going to not say hi to everybody yet. We'll do that a little bit later. We've got plenty of space between sessions today going on. So what I'm going to do is start by putting up a QR code here. And this is some relatively sad news for us. And so I wanted to just take a moment to just, mention it because it's quite important for us. I'm just going to do this here. And if I do F11, it makes the screen a bit bigger. This is actually the kind of news that we don't like to give out, but, it happens from time to time. And this is actually about a developer who's passed away. The developer who has passed away is a guy that people know as Eugene Kryukov. He's also known as Evgeny because that's how his name is spelt as well. But everybody knew him as Eugene, and extremely talented developer. If you scan that QR code that is up on the screen over there, or go to our blog, you'll see the news. Eugene was very well respected by all of us. And we heard the news last week, and we heard this from Alexei, who's a very, very good friend of his. In fact, you'll see him in this picture. This is Alexei, and this is Eugene. And Eugene is one of those people that I would describe as a developer's developer. Very, very talented guy. I knew him personally. I've messaged him plenty of times and talked to him about all sorts of things. He is the guy that basically invented FireMonkey. He actually created a product that was bought by Embarcadero. It was called GLC, and then it was purchased by Embarcadero, and it then went on to become VGC, not GLC, VGC, which then went on to become FireMonkey and FMX. It's true to say that Eugene, without Eugene, there would be no FireMonkey, and it's difficult, I'm not someone that wants to be getting too emotional about it, but he passed away very young. So if you are at all interested in, learning some more about what he did and the talents that he put in, I urge you to go to the blog site and read about it. So I just wanted to start the stream remembering Eugene. Okay, so these things happen and life goes on, but if you truly want to live forever, then you already are. Everything you do, everything you say, everyone you meet, it doesn't matter if you are the person that says cheese in photographs or be the reason why we say cheese in photographs. My cockatiel, who you often I hear, you probably hear him screaming every now and again, but he whistles tunes that I've taught him. And after I'm gone, because he'll probably outlive me, these birds live very long, my voice will carry on with him, saying stuff, which is kind of creepy. But everybody, no matter who you are, you have the ability to sort of just live your life and do things, and you touch everybody. And there would be no fire monkey without Eugene. Okay, so let's start the day the normal way. So wherever you are in the country, wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Welcome once again to the Dev Days of Summer. Who have we got? We got sad to hear. Yes, I mean we absolutely, there isn't a single person at Embarcadero who wasn't shocked by Eugene passing away. And Alexei was a very, very, very good friend of him, Alexei Shagarin, who's also an extremely talented developer. Every single one of us, who knew Eugene, respected him. It's not the first time. No, last year, Matthias, I think, from a German office passed away unexpectedly as well. It's two people I personally knew who passed away very young. It's just ridiculous. And, these things happen, but, we can't go on. We have to move on and carry on with our lives. Meltdown Shark Haven, who is back again with the best username in the world. That's cute. I love what does he say here? Hang on. Chat. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong button. Oh, that's cute. I love cockatoos and other types of parrots. Yeah, actually, it's a cockatiel. Cockatoos are like huge and very, very loud. So we won't be having cockatoos. I'm very briefly going to say hello from Morocco and hello from Porto in Portugal, which I will be at in October. Anyway, sorry to start the day on a bit of a downer, but Eugene was very well respected. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people have benefited directly from his code. He was one heck of a developer. Scan that QR code, go to the blog and read about him. It's just earth-shattering how good he was. He without him, there'd be no FireMonkey. Cross-platform software development and Grad Studio would be difficult. It was him that basically made it happen. He's also responsible for FMX Linux. So if you wrote Linux programs that are GUI Linux programs in and FireMonkey and had them running on Linux quite happily, that's Eugene did that. He also invented a thing. Well, he worked on a product called FL Studio, which was a quite amazing studio editing software, music studio editing software. Wow, the guy, he just didn't mess about. And so many things, cross VCL everywhere. If I am 1/10 of the programmer that he was, then I'll be happy, Right, what else have we got? I don't want to keep... Hello, Clifford from Kenya. Happy to be here. Good job, Clifford. And Patrick, salut, Patrick. Patrick is here as well. And Meltdown Shark Haven quite rightly apologizes for not being here yesterday. It's going down in the book. We noted that you were not there. So something about having a birthday. Come on, stop letting real life get in the way of software development. It's not allowed. If you're a proper software developer, you have no personal life. Come on, that's how it works. Anyway, as said hello to everybody. We're starting 5 minutes late, so that I could just mention, talk about Eugene and put that blog post up. We'll talk about it. I'll put the post up later as well. Just go to blogs.embarcadero.com and read our post there about Eugene and all the great things he did, and various other things as well. But this morning, I'm just going to briefly run through the sessions and then we'll kick off with them. So this morning we have Maiko Del Rey, and I think Dion's with him. Yes, Dion is there as well. Both going to join us live after the first session, which he'll be handling exceptions in Delphi. After that, we are probably going to have a live session with me where I'm going to show you GitHub, Git, downloading Git repositories, how to deal with them properly, PR, pull requests, issues, and all the other things that you can do with Git, because we found now that half the developers do not use any form of source code control, which is very, very worrying. If you want to be a professional software developer, you can get away without using software source code control, but you really shouldn't be. So I'm just going to go through it. If you don't know what Git is, that session is going to be completely live, so I'm bound to make a few mistakes, and I'm going to show you how it works. We're then going to have a replay of Jim's FireDAC Essentials section at 12 noon, there, give or take. And then in the afternoon, I think we've managed to get Miguel to movie session to be at 1 p.m. my time. So whatever your time is now, it's 10 a.m. my time. And then that session is from Miguel, and it's called Implementing Try-Finally Code Blocks in C++. Because we've not had that many C++ sessions. So there you go. Excuse me. Oh dear. I forgot to talk and breathe and everything else at the same time. So just to remind you again, scan that QR code, go there, go to blogs.embarcadero.com, read about Eugene Kryukov and the wonderful things he did. But meanwhile, we're going to start off with Maiko's session. I'll see you later for a live Q&A.
Hello everyone, welcome to Delphi Dev Days of Summer. And in this session we will be talking about handling exceptions in Delphi. We're talking here is Dion, and this session was entirely created by Michael. So I'll be only Michael voice here. And Michael is a master Delphi developer, certified. And Michael is a developer for over 2 decades and is a very experienced outsourcing developer at Microsoft. And in this session we will see definitions of an exception and how to avoid access violations, reserved words for exception handling, and exceptions handling ideas. So from the basics, what is the definition of an exception? An exception is an event that occurs after a sequence of commands, okay? A typical event. So when we write our code and send to the processor to execute in runtime time, some part of our code has a typical event trigger. Okay, so the processor deals with some situation that he was not expecting. Of course, the processor was informed about that, and also can inform the operational system about this error. And after that, we have the information about this error bringing back to our application. And every time that this atypical kind of event occurs, we have some exception being thrown, being ignited, okay? And one kind of exceptions that we as Delphi developers can usually have contact is access violations. And the access violation is the attempt to access a non-valid memory address for the current running process. So we are running a routine, and for some misfortune or for some logical error, we can access a non-instantiated object, or we can access an object that be already free. So if we try to access that object, we can have this kind of error. And access violations are very tricky because they are so generic. We cannot identify where the access violation occurred or why they occurred. Okay, so access violation is a major kind of exception that we have to try to deal with, try to eliminate at all costs in our applications. And the rule is clear: every access violation is an exception, okay, but not every exception, of course, is an access violation. And we can have that distinction helping us, because if we eliminate all the access violations, will be very simple for us elaborate more complex exception handling routines to deal with non-thoughted, non-planed situations in our code, okay? But if our application has many access violations and we are not able to deal with these exceptions and mitigate them, okay, eliminate all the access violations, this can be very challenging for us, can make very challenging for us to deal with exceptions in a more general manner, okay? Because if all exceptions are access violations, we cannot know from where they come and how to solve them and what to inform the user about this kind of exception. It's very different from an exception like server is not respondent or you don't have access to this file, okay? So first of all, we have to eliminate access violation. After that, we can have, okay, a very robust exception handling in our system. And to avoid access violations, we have to use the principle of the responsibility, or resources acquiring is initialization from C++ is the same principle, where all the entity that creates an object must be responsible for freeing that object. So the first rule that we can apply to start to avoiding and eliminate access violations is this: every time our entities create an object, they must free it, okay? And other ways to prevent is never accessing our object before they are initialized. And of course, this is a simple routine, but you know, and I know that your daily work process are very large. Usually, we try to keep small slices of code, but it's not that we usually receive. We receive routines with hundreds or even 1,000 lines of code, and in that kind of routine, not accessing object that being not initiated is sometimes challenging, okay? So for this first error here that will generate an access violation, we can use the new Delphi scope variables, that because of this kind of declaration, variable only be available when we initialize them. So in the lines before that initialization, the variable will not be accessible, and we can more easily identify it, because this line here will not compile, okay, because this variable here does not exist. And other common error that prevent or generate access violations is accessing an object after the object being free, right? So for this one, we can avoid it using try except blocks, okay, because we know that after that block the variable will not exist and we will not be able to access the variable again. So with these two techniques, maybe we already reduce the number of access violation of our system. Of course, there are many other routines that can generate access violations, but with these simple tricks, maybe you already reduce a number of the errors. Okay, so let's handle the exceptions now. From the Marco Cantu Objects Pascal handbook, we bring 5 words that are focusing on handling exception. This handbook from Marco Cantu is very good. We recommend if you already don't know it. It's free. Marco gave it for free. We have the link and the end of the sessions, and you can go there and read and obtain information about other things that not only exception handling. Okay, it's a very good handbook. So from the words for exception handling, we have the try, that start and protect a block of code. Okay, so after the word try, the block will be start to be protected. We have the except word that ends the protection of the code that will be handling by exception handling. Okay, so after the try except, all these blocks here are protected from exceptions. If any exceptions occurs in this block, would be handled here in the except block. Okay, and we have many kind and many tricks that we can do for this kind of except. I can show you here in Delphi that the only thing that we does not recommend is silencing the exceptions. Okay, use this kind of silence with very care, because this can hide your application problem or your application exceptions, and can generate even larger, even bigger problems for you in the future. So for instance, it's more simple to not have to deal with all the exceptions and only use try except to silence them, but we do not recommend it. We do not recommend it. Okay, and also we can have the on section here marks individual proposal handling instructions linked to a class-specific proposal, each having the syntax of the exception type statement. So we can have this on section for many different classes of exception, even going through exception, the base class of all the exceptions in Delphi. And with this we can specify each block, each on block for each kind of exception that we want to deal in that exception block. Okay, so we have very flexibility here and can use it or for the base class or specify for even subclass that we want to deal with in the block. Okay, and the finally does not work with the exception. We have to create another block to use the finally. Okay, so one try for the except, one try for the finally, and this word marks the block that must be executed even if exception occurs. So if we have a routine that are very sensitive, that exceptions can occur in that routine. Let's give an example, like you are dealing with database transactions, and at the end of the processing, you have to or commit or roll back your transaction, okay? Or like a log when you register some communication with a server or external application. You maybe, even if an exception occur at the end of the processing, you want to register everything that occurred, okay? So the final block can help you in that situation. Even freeing the resources, because it will be always executed, even if an exception occurs, even if an exception was handled, okay? The finally blocks will always be executed in that block that you defined. And the last but not least, the word rise is the instruction to throw an exception taking the exception object as a parameter. So we have always, when we manually rise an exception, we have to use an exception parameter as a creating point of our exception. This object will be freed by Delphi itself. We don't have to care about to free this exception object. But we have to call it if we manually want to generate an exception, okay? So I also have some samples here in Delphi where I create my own custom exceptions from the base class exception. Let me correct this. And I create a custom handling system for my entire application. And after that, I derivate each specified class that I want to use. And I can generate each of these classes doing the rise and the create option, okay? So with this rise here, I will be generating this specific exception that I create. And for the exception handler of Delphi, Delphi always show this window with the exception that occurs in runtime. We can see it here when I run the application. When I run the application, I can generate even an access violation. No, access violation are not. And of course, this window from debugger will run only inside Delphi, but for the user, we will have this, as you already know, this window for exception, okay? And we can change that. We can change that by two ways. Changing the own exception event from the application. And we can change this behavior or by putting the application events components. Let me show you. Application events here. It's a component that only have many events that you can use to handle all the application events as the name says, okay? And this component does not have any significant property, only events that we can replace with care, because these events will impact all our application, okay? If I have 3,000 forms, all that forms, all the application, the entire application will be affected if I change one of these events. And if you don't want to put the component in the screen, you can also use by the variable application, and all the variables are available on the application variable as well, okay? And either way, if you fill this on exception, we will change the default exception handling of the file. Okay, let's see in the runway how this works. Like if I generate exception here, this will be the default handler, like we see before with the red dot here. And if we change to the custom after we generate an exception, I can or not have the exception be shown, or having other windows or other kind of exception being shown. And these two exceptions here are not be shown to the user anymore because of this handling here that I put, where if the exceptions that occur in our entire application was of the kind custom handling system, they will be not deal. They will be not handling, and only will be handling if we generate other kind of exceptions. And we also have this silence button here, the silence checkbox, where we can click and silence all the exceptions for the user. Okay, but again, this is not a good approach. We will not recommend you that you do this. It's possible to do, okay, but it can generate very unwanted scenarios for you in the future. Okay, and for that is simply we just not notify the user if an exception occurs, and the file will not inform, and user will not know that an exception has happened. Other details when using application exception handler is that you should at all costs avoid to generate any exception in this routine. Okay, because of course if you are handling the application exceptions and your routine generate an exception, you will have a infinite loop. Okay, so your application will stop working, and only for this routine we recommend you to use try except without any other solution here, because if in this routine your application generates an exception, it will be silenced and the user will not be notified anymore, and you after that can go after and see what are the problems. But if you generate the error here, your application will crash, so avoid that at all costs. Okay, so customizing all handling exceptions, the simple approach is to change the on exception on application. And we can have, as I told you before, a very specific handling here, where we choose either way from the kind or for the class of the exception that we receive as a parameter. So in the or applications or system applications or expected exceptions, we can have a custom handler or even not showing anything to the user. And when we have access violations or other general exceptions from the Delphi itself, we can do other kind of dealing, other kind of treatments. And for here we have some exception handling ideas that we use in many systems that help us a lot to solve many of the exceptions problems that we have. And again, we know that you work with very complex systems, very large systems, And sometimes when a user just report to you some exception occurs, it's not that simple for you to identify, for you to generate all the situations that can generate that exception. And other common behavior that we see for many users is simply ignoring the exception. Okay, the user simply understand how to avoid, how to go over the exception, and keep using the system while never reporting for us that some screen, some process has some exception occurring. Okay, and for that we have these ideas. We can use cloud storage to save the exceptions, even generate reports over them. So in some of the systems that we work, uh, there are at least 1,000 users at the same time using the system. And of course, with this volume, sometimes the system has many exceptions. And to be more simple for us to know what kind of exceptions handle and what kind of exception are priority for us, we generate a API, local API, where we receive all the calls from the application when some kind of exceptions occurs. And after that, we just generate SQL to point out what kind of exception are most common, and we try to solve them first. So for that is the approach will be very simple. You can just make a API call from here. Like you can use a thread, of course, to not freeze the application for your user, considering that the routine already generate an exception. The best approach is use a thread to not take more time from your user. Okay, so you can use a thread to record in an API, and after that you can run statistics and very other kind of analysis inside of what kind of exceptions are you handling. Okay, and other option is send an email to the customer service reporting exception. This approach we use when the routine that the exception occurs is very sensitive, like when we work with financial services or health systems, and sometimes we know that the system cannot stop, cannot lose information. So for these situations, we can simply generate an email or contact some user. Even today we can even start a chat. It's very simple to do as well, and we can also handle this behavior in this routine. Okay, so it's an approach that we use, and this kind of systems and work very well. And other solution or customized exception handling that we use is generate a local log storage file. And if you have access to the user machine, or it's only a specific user that has been reporting having that kind of exception that you wanna handle, you can use this option as well. And for this option, of course, you can use more detailed information capture. You can capture your object's status. You can even capture print screens when the exception happened, to help you identify the origin of the exception and, of course, deal with that. So there are this approach as well that you can use to try to eliminate more deeply more profound or more difficult to handle exceptions. And remember, you can all use all these ideas together. Usually these exception handling routine in our systems are is very complex, is very large, because we can have all the storage, all the handlers, the different handlers options only in this one routine. So will be not a simple routine as this one that is just a sample for you, but you can handle all these kind of different situations in only this one routine, only by filling this exception handler. And of course, if you stipulate your own exceptions kind and your own exception class in your application, this kind of handling will be very more easy, because you don't want to be informed that user just forgot to fill a field in a CRUD window. Okay, you don't want to generate a log for that or an API call for that. You only want to use this kind of handling for the right kind of exceptions that your system can generate. Okay, and other resources that we can have customized exceptions. We can even put other informations in the exception class, like the connection that we are using at the time, the IP of the server that we are trying to reach. So we have a very large option in this field as well. We can use nested exceptions as well as inner exceptions when we have, let me explain. I want to sell, if I have a system that have to sell a product, and when the user click on the button to sell it, the exception for the user is that cannot sell, but cannot sell because of your internet is out of connection, because of your network change, or the server cannot be reachable. So you can have nested or inner exceptions linked one another, so you can see from the root of the problem what was the real problem that generated that exception, not only the end exception that you are showing to your user. Okay, and you can also have resources to rename memory segments to be more easy for you to understand, and what routine and what kind of error that you are dealing with. And for you to deep dive, we have the Object Pascal handbook, as I told you before, for Mark Cantu. You can download it at this link. And if you are dealing with some very complex or very tricky exceptions, we recommend you these other two tools here. MedAccept, okay, is a free for non-commercial use resource, but for commercial use you have to pay it. But it's a very good exception handler tool that empowers Delphi exception handling. And we also has Eureka Log, a very good exception handling tool as well. Eureka Log does not have a free version. Eureka Log is always paid, but it's a very good tool, and Eureka also has other monitoring things that not only watch exceptions but watch memory leaks and other kind of problems that your application can have. These two tools also has many features to record, to generate stack when an exception happens, and also to generate a very specific log file to help you understand where the exception happened and how you can deal with that, or even solve that exception that are tricking your system. So if you are need for a deep dive, these two tools maybe can help you to deal with that. Okay. So now, if you have any Q&A, we are maybe able to answer. And by now, thank you. Here are the contacts for Michael, and have a good day.
Excellent stuff. I was just typing in some URLs so that I could show them in the background. Let me just click on there for a second. There you go. I love having a fast internet connection. Good news is Maiko's not with us, but Dion is once again back. Hi, how's it going?
Hi, very nice, and you?
Yeah, yeah, very good. Yeah, all things considered. I mean, there's always something going on, but I did say before that we should probably say sponsored by Aquasoft, because you guys are everywhere. You've even got your shirt on today. I see your Aquasoft top. So good representing the company. Yeah, I do appreciate all the effort you guys have put in, because to anybody watching this, you need to understand that for every hour of video that someone shows, many hours have gone into it. It's 3 or 4 times that amount of time for effort. So I appreciate Maiko's efforts and all the other guys as well. I should all.
Oh, thank you. You know, even I being a business owner of Microsoft, one of them, without the strength and the dedication of the guys, we will never able to do this. And our studies, we know that some topics, of course, not all topics, but the most challenging topics, we took amount 40 hours to do the session.
40 hours. Yeah, that's 40 crazy. Hours
between searching, between building samples, and usually we do not do a session without putting some customer. So we first run a POC in some customer to have a real case so we can talk about with a real thing. And
that's crazy. That is amazing dedication to some of my sessions. I have literally no preparation because I just do it live. But
you are very talented. You can do that.
No, it's not. If people say that, I'm like, I always say this. Look, I never claim to be the world's best developer. I'm not. Okay. Eugene, who unfortunately passed away, he was good, right? But there are others. Marco Cantu is absolutely. He is. We make a few kind of blasphemous things and say he's the god of Delphi, but really, if there was a god of Delphi and it wasn't some Roman Greek god or something like that, or some other thing, then Marco Cantu would be the guy. And
for sure.
And I've done developing for a long time, and I'm lucky that my particular set of skills, I'm sounding a bit like Liam Neeson here, I have a particular set of skills, but my particular set of skills means that I can describe things and it seems to be clear to people. So I'm lucky. And there are lots and lots of developers out there way better than me. That's why I always say, email me. But if you ask me a technical support question, I'm going to pass you on to someone who knows what they're talking about, because I'm not always going to have the answers, and no person can. It's not possible. But I'm beginning to think Aquasoft have most of the answers. So, well done, guys. And you are a bunch of very talented developers, and I really appreciate you putting the effort in. And I'm mainly saying this because I think this is your last session, isn't it? You guys don't have any more. Yeah, so you're done for now. So I did start some questions because there were a few pinned questions. One of them is about version control, because I'm going to do sort of talk about Git in a moment. But Einstein 8854, who is quite often here on the chat, he said access violation. I'm not sure what he meant by partage. I think that's a French word. Is a PB that arrived off. Okay, so what he's saying is that you get access violations quite often, and they're actually very difficult to understand why the access violation has happened and what it means. And actually, I think in your video you demonstrated that if you catch the exception, you can then test. I know it's Michael's video, but it was your voice. But it was, you can test what the type of exception is, and then go from there. So you don't have to go, it's an error, I'll trap it. I mean, you also showed in the video, silencing exceptions where people do try accept and then find, end. There are cases where you want that. There are some times where you say, I must not have my program crash ever. It doesn't matter if it's in a horrible state, it just can't crash, and I've written them with that try accept, capturing that. I think one of the greatest sins that any developer can do is show an error message on the screen and it be not something they can understand. I think it's important that you try and manage errors in your code. So if something's going to go wrong, and you showed this on the video very well, try and work out what went wrong and recover from it, if it's possible. And it's the same when people say, you get people say, I'm not very good with computers. You must have someone say, oh, I don't really understand computers. It's usually someone's mother or, their brother or something. And I think, again, this is an important point, that no computer program should be so difficult that the user thinks they're dumb. Right. Because if the user thinks they're dumb, then you have designed the program badly. And if the errors come up and they make no sense to a normal person, as if it goes on to go to the developer, then that's fine. At least the developer can go, oh, it's an access violation. And but it should at least say something else for the user to say, a problem occurred, but your program is going to carry on working whilst we report it. And I think you mentioned that in the code structure. I mean, what are your thoughts on exceptions?
The reason to Michael did the session, when we are talking about the sessions that we are going to build in our team, we always talk, because other way 2 developers can develop the same theme. So we all talk together about what everyone will talk. And Michael says that he has many developers asking him for solution this kind of access violation, and he says, guys, I can have you an answer, because access violation can be provided for many causes. So I can give you the right answer to your access violation. I need to look at your code and then try to search what is meaning. So if you take care with try accept blocks and try to avoid the most possible access violation that can occur, I think the reality will be more close to the program that you describe in, a program that can show clearly messages of what is happening.
Yeah, and in fact, I'm just going to share my screen, one of my screens. Let's get the right one, because that would be confusing otherwise. So I think we still pop up down here, which is good. But this was one of the tools you mentioned, which is madshi.net. I'm just going to hide your little barcode there for some QR code. Doof. Mad accept. This is probably one of the first tools actually I used that did really good exception reporting. And I agree with you. I'm just going to hide that chat message as well. Hang on. 1 second. I agree with you that this is a really good resource, because this Mad Accept is extremely cost effective. It's free mostly, but also I think there's a paid version as well. And when it traps an exception, it can actually send an email with screenshots and all sorts of other things as well. And it's really well managed. It's handled very, very well. And the different ways that you can send feedback back to the developer is extremely good. I've got a lot of respect for Kimbo anyway, who is the guy that runs this. And by the way, he's one of the people that commented, one of the first people to comment on Eugene passing away. because he said I learned so much from him. Well, who didn't? The guy who invented FireMonkey is. I know we've all got to go eventually, but some people go too soon, and Eugene should not have died so young. It's really a cruel world. But anyway, so Kimbo's stuff here, very, very good. Got a lot of respect for it. The other thing that you mentioned as well was Eureka Log, and I like that as well. We actually have another logging session tomorrow, again with I should remember his name, but I've totally blanked it out because my head is not working. Oh yes, Juan Castillo from Guatemala. He does Jacques Log. He calls it something else, Hack Log or something like that because of the Spanish J, But he does. He's got logging as well. So, but Eureka Log is also very, very well respected for exactly the same thing. It traps exceptions and logs them and does all sorts of things as well. And your session was very good because you talked about multitasking and having threads that would, show the exceptions, trap the exceptions in a good way. And there was one section, I just want you to explain this a bit because I caught it and did I hear it right? Did you say that you have an application that has thousands of users and that they can generate exceptions? And
yes, one of the systems that we give outsourcing has at least 1,000 users at the same time using the system. A big electronics factory, and they have so many exceptions when we started, Ian, that it was very difficult for us to choose what kind of exception we were
there were so many broken things. I didn't know which broken thing to fix. Yeah, I know.
Yes, and for that we planned. Okay, guys, let's do the first analysis to see what exception occurs the most. Of course, was access violation, but many cases.
Yeah.
But we generate a very large log, and after that we go to specific errors to solving them. And of course, with the log we can see what routine was more used and what kind of routine generates more errors. And after that we go to solve it. But was a very good way to look to solve them.
Yeah, and I think the one of the challenges there though is not just that you have thousands of users, which is well done, but it's handling the log of the the logging of the exceptions in a way that doesn't crash itself. Because when you've got multiple exceptions coming in, if you've got 1,000 users, if only 1% of those people have an exception at the same time, that's a lot of simultaneous things going wrong.
Yes.
So that in itself is an engineering challenge. How do you solve that?
One challenge that we have was for the more complex routines, we do a local storage, right? And the local storage grows so fast that we have to put a limit. Otherwise, this will go out of memory. Yeah, so we have a inside the application a limit that only 2 or 3 gigabytes of log of errors will be loaded, and other errors will be ignored. Of course, the factory runs 24 hours a day, so there is a lot of use of the system, of course. But
I'll tell you a story about this, which is funny. And then you talk about logging, and it gets so big. We had a customer who was they had lots of clocking machines, clocking in machines spread around the country. And there was a central place, a server, where all of the time clocks talked all at once. And it worked perfectly. And in fact, there was a Delphi app that I'd written that did the glue between the piece of software that dealt with the time clocks, and it then passed it on to another company. And their app was written in .NET. Now, I'm not going to knock .NET because it's a great, C# in particular is a great language and has the same father as Delphi. So Two things happened. First of all, the app that actually talked to the time clocks was written by the manufacturer, and it was written in Python. Which is fine, interesting. And it acted like a kind of web server, so it would get, transaction centric. The time clocks would send REST requests, or I think it would put or post requests. Great. And then I would be looking at the shared database that they had, which is a real-time database. It was written in MySQL, and I would take the transactions as they came in and pass them on to the third party. And I tested mine against 1 million transactions per, I think, hour or something like that. And it's a Delphi app, worked fine, Windows app. And then we put it to test on the live machine. And first of all, they phoned us up and said, the server's going really slowly. I'm like, okay, well, it's not, maybe I wrote the app badly. It was a Windows service, perhaps and we looked into it. And what was happening was the server was running out of disk space. And I'm like, how, I'm not writing any data. It's going to a database. The database manages deleted records and stuff. And what it was the Python app, when it was installed, by default, it had logging turned on. And so within 2 days, it had logs that were 20 gigabytes long. So that was the first problem. So we're like, hey, we should probably, because every REST request was being logged, and it was having full logging, like lots of additional information. So not just the message, but all of additional content. So you have to be careful what you log and how you log. So that's number one. Also, don't turn on logging by default unless you need to. So that's, but then after that, they kept saying, we're losing transactions between your service, Ian's service, and the .NET app. And I'm like, okay, well, so I look at it and I wrote a test harness, because I created my own test app, to receive transactions. And I discovered that the C# app can only handle 100 transactions per second, which is fast, except we were sending 1,000 transactions per second.
Oh God!
So of course the Delphi app is like super fast, and I had to speak to the C# developer, and he said, "Oh, I use like some default framework, and that's how fast it could manage it." So I actually had to take my Delphi service and slow it down so that it would only send a maximum of 100 transactions per second to the service. It's crazy, but that's again, it's a real world, and the only way we discovered that was by me logging how many transactions I was sending. And so it's not always, and the best of it was the C# service was eating the exceptions, so it's doing the equivalent of try, except, end. And so they never knew there was a problem, because they would just thought, oh, we'll just track the exception, it'll be fine. But it wasn't fine. So, and I'm not trying to say, hey, Delphi's better than C# or anything. There are appropriate uses for .NET and appropriate uses for Delphi. But, Delphi is more robust, and you demonstrated with the exceptions that you can make it a lot more robust as well.
only to speak a little bad about Java as well.
Oh,
Python and C#. One application of ours has here we use Portuguese in Brazil, and the server was in English. They changed the operational system, and the Tomcat going down because of the number of exceptions. I never see an application in Delphi going down because the number of exceptions.
Right.
But the Tomcat generates too many exceptions because of the large amount of transactions, and they simply get out of memory and go down, get down all the server, not because of the try exception of the Java programmer, but even so, the Tomcat was down. So even Java has the similar problems.
Yeah, I know it's common. And the weird thing is, I think this is one of the things that Delphi is very good at, which is creating applications that are robust and stick in the middle of other things. Commonly you see microservices written with Delphi, Windows services, and applications like that, because it does have a very small memory footprint and is very fast. It's almost as fast as C++, not quite. If you're a good C++ programmer, can write code, equivalent code that is quicker than Delphi, that's fine. I get that. But if you want as close as you can to C++ without having to learn the difficult C++ language, Delphi is a lot easier. We've actually got some comments from people. So I apologize. I can't say this name because it's in Arabic, but I'm going to guess it's something polite. And it's actually the name. So I do apologize to whoever you are, but your name's on the screen. So you have said something. And he said the hardest thing to get is an access violation message from a component you're using and not from your code. Have you got a comment on that? Because I'm not sure I agree with that.
We use some GitHub free components, and some of them relate this situation, Ian. But usually, it's more our code that generate the exception. But I agree in certain level with Safwan.
Yeah.
That sometimes the components generate the exception, but you have to take in consideration that sometimes you did not fill the component well. So maybe you did not fill the class or the type that the component needs, and of course this can generate exception inside the component.
Yeah, sorry, whilst you're talking, I'm also making sure. Someone said that they thought that Mad Accept was by Matthias Rowan. Is it? I'm sorry if that's true, Matthias. I do apologize. I thought it was by Kimbo Madsen, but here we go, up there. Yeah, I could be wrong. Yeah, my apologies. He's absolutely right. Let me just share that screen. Thanks, Conrad. Conrad's an MVP as well. In fact, he's one of our newest MVPs. Not the newest anymore. He got deposed. But yeah, it is actually Matthias Ruan, which is that's there. Sorry about that. I'm giving away your life's work to another developer, but I do apologize. Yeah. So thanks, Conrad, for pointing that out. Yeah, you know what? My brain is always struggling this time of the morning, I think. So Adel asked how to debug and fix access violations. So kind of what you really showed in your session. So Adel, rewind the session and watch it another time, and you'll see exactly how to do it. And yes, it is sometimes difficult. In fact, actually, it's often difficult. Because the trouble with an access violation is it's one of those things where something goes wrong and you're not entirely sure why. And getting down to the point at which the exception occurred can be very hard. So it's one of those skills that you either develop or you just guess, and work it out from there. Sometimes you can rearrange your code and go, oh, that's why, so you're moving something around, suddenly it makes your brain go, yeah, you did something stupid here with this bit, and that's why there's an access violation. Using things that are not initialized is a very common access violation. Some bit of code swaps around and all the rest of it. What else have we got? Hello from Taipei again, Nolan. Ada also says Synlog from Synapse is also a good free library. Yes, yeah. There's actually quite a few logging libraries. I use Logger Pro myself, but there's a lot of them around. I've written logging libraries myself.
Jedi Delphi library has a log tool, a good log tool as well.
Yeah. There's tons. And Patrick says slowing a Delphi program to work with other languages. It's the world we deserve. I didn't do anything clever in the code. I just sent stuff out at full speed. I didn't think for 1 minute the other end couldn't cope, but we tested it and it was not up to speed. So yeah, these things happen. Excellent. Well, those are the questions. My next session's live. I'm going to just be doing some stuff. So we're not in a rush to go. But Dion, I really want to thank you for coming along, and acting as interpreter to your guys, because I know, you know, most of them speak Brazilian Portuguese as their first language, and their English is good, but they don't, you know, it's like conversation is difficult, especially with me, because I ask questions and I, oh no, he asked me a question and I'm not sure what he said.
You know, the guy says that, whoa, when Leon was talking, I was frozen.
They should not panic too much. This is not it's not an environment to be too professional and worried about things. You know, it's not a job interview or anything like that. It's, you know, I want these coding camps that we do. I want them to be fun. I want them for people to feel like they could do this. I don't want us to look like we are, you know, incredibly space captain kind of, you know, like brain surgery type things, because you see so many of these presentations by developers, and Microsoft are pretty good, you know, but some of their demos, they have people there who talk as if you're not one of them, you know, they are somehow different and they're senior program manager. That's not true of their developer relations. The developer relations people are very, very good. But I think sometimes you see some presentations and they're made to look like whoever's giving the presentation is some genius, and you are never going to be as good as them. And so what they're showing, it's not possible for you to do. And so I try to make sure that the code camps with people like yourself and all the rest of it, the sessions are fun. We have a laugh because coding is fun. You know, I've been doing it 40 years. I still get up every day and enjoy doing it, you know, and it should be that people can see what we're doing and go, I can do that. Good. If you think I'm dumb and you can do better, good. Then we're on the right track, because that's how you should feel. You should feel that I'm showing you something, or we're showing you something that actually you could do. Otherwise, what's the point in us showing? And it doesn't. I mean, you know, I can make some sessions too simple, and people go, "Well, I knew that." You know, that's the wrong way to go. But I want them to, you know, get people like yourselves and see that, you know, Delphi's got plenty of younger developers around as well. You know, they're not all old men like me. And there are a lot of us that are old men like me. But, you know, you guys in particular, and I will be seeing you in Brazil, in Sao Paulo on 5th of September. They've already started sending messages out saying to me, oh, you know, we'll meet you on the train here and stuff like that. So it's definitely happening.
Great.
I have my flights booked and everything. But, you know, once again, thank you, Leon. I really appreciate it. And thanks to, you know, all of you guys sharing your time. Pass on my best wishes to the team, all of you, not just, you know, the ones that were on the code camp, but I know there's plenty of others behind the scenes, and many of them also, you know, put stuff out on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and all the rest of it. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Ian and Embarcadero, for the opportunity. It's always a great thing to do.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad. Okay. Well, thanks a lot. I'll let you go, but we will go to do some live stuff now. Today's sessions, we have got some more sessions. Producer Martha is in the background, but I think I just want to check something. Yeah. So our next session is going to take us till noon. So that's another 50 minutes away there, and then at noon we're going to do a replay of Jim's FireDAC session, Jimmy Keith's FireDAC session, because it's very, very good. SNK says, is anybody here? Let's just show that. Yes, there is. SNK, there are people here. I'm not sure what channel you're on, because I can't tell the YouTube channel you're on, but we're broadcasting to 11 channels. Some of them are quite quiet, and some of them packed with people. Live, we get a couple of hundred people live minimum, and then on the replays, we get a couple of thousand minimum as well. So people are watching what's going on. Microsoft are going to be having all sorts of people watching their code as well. Okay, thank you for clearing it. It's Safwan. Hello, Safwan. Hi. Thank you for joining us. I know you've joined us more than once, and I appreciate you watching. And Nolan says, hello from Taipei. Hello, Nolan. And SNK says, hello, sir. You don't need to call me sir. You can call me Ian. That's how you pronounce my name if you're not sure. But I never let people call me sir unless they owe me money, which nobody does. So that's that problem solved. And we've had hello to a few others as well. Okay, so I thought that what I would do is do a quick discussion about Git and GitHub. Okay, so the easiest way for me to do this is if I go to GitHub, because I have got GitHub set up on here, and then we'll talk about GitHub and GitHub Desktop. I just need to see what, let me just see. I did prepare some screens, but of course now I don't have them. Just 1 second, everybody. Okay. All right. Okay, so we did a survey a while ago, developer survey, and we do it every year or something like that. And we asked a few questions. And one of the questions that we asked was if you use version control. Now, I don't have a slide for this because someone dropped out of this session, so that's why we've got a gap. They couldn't make it. They had a few things going on that prevented them. But one of the things on the survey that came up was, do you use source code control? And 50%, nearly 50% of people said no. And we found that quite surprising, because if you are a professional developer, but even if you're not, using some form of source code control is actually quite important. And there are a number of reasons why it's important. First of all, it keeps version control differences between one version of your app and another version of your app. So let's say you go into your app, it's been working perfectly. You've got people out there that are using it, even if it's just an amateur thing, and it's like, I don't know, the gardening club or something. You've written an app for them. And then you make a change. Okay. And you make a change to your app, and then the change that you make goes out, and your gardening club or whoever your users are use that app, and there's a terrible bug in it. And it's so bad that you say, I need to put back the version that I sent before and get rid of that code because it's just not working. And if you don't use version control, it's actually quite difficult to do that. You've got to copy files around, you've got to use zip files or something like that. And on a simple app, okay, yeah, you probably could keep lots of copies of the folders that you've stored the app in, and then just copy one of those folders back, and hey, you're back to an early version. But once you start to get to more complicated applications where there are multiple folders and multiple versions of your app, it can get a bit tricky. And then the other problem that you get is someone will say to you, what changed between the January 2024 version and the August 2024 version? And you might have released 3 versions of the code, and you want to be able to say, here are the different versions. I'll look at the changes I made and work it out, because I didn't keep notes. It happens. And I don't keep notes of every change I made, but someone might say to you also, hey, that login page, I think it used to do this. And you think, I don't remember making that change. So you want to go to your code and look at it, and you look at the code and it looks fine, but you can't remember exactly what the change was that you made, because there's a lot of code in there. And did I change this line? Did I change that line? And that's what version control allows you to do. And there have been Delphi version control systems around for a very long time. As Adel says here, Adel used to use Jedi VCS. Jedi VCS was built into Delphi, and in fact, I'm sure it was Delphi 7 was probably where you could use Jedi VCS, and it stored it in the background in an interbase database, I think, or something like that. And Adel says now he uses SVN and not GitHub. Yep. Okay. So the versions of control of source code control that are out there. Let me just pull these screens up. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen so that we can talk about this. The two versions that are most commonly used, and Dion's back, hello Dion, is Subversion. Okay, and this is usually abbreviated to SVN, which is what Adel's talking about on the screen there. Okay, and the other version is Git, and in fact, if I go to GitHub, GitHub is probably the _1 most understood app implementation, shall we say, of Git, and they're both very, very similar. Some people love Subversion and say it's great. It uses things called sub modules and stuff like that, which some people like, and other people swear by Git. I personally use Git. I can use Subversion, but I choose not to. But some people love Subversion, some people use Git. Now, in theory, in your Delphi RAD Studio, there is actually version control built in. So you can actually open a project from version control. You can see that there. I actually don't use the built-in version control in RAD Studio. The reason is it's a little bit out of date, and there are some changes that need to be made to it. Version control in general is a fast-moving subject, but you can, in theory, open an application in RAD Studio directly from version control, and some people do that. But other people will use a product called GitHub Desktop. Let me just go to that. This is me. So if we go to GitHub Desktop, yeah, okay. GitHub Desktop is completely free, and it will actually work with Subversion repositories, I think, as well. But because I don't ever use it, I couldn't swear to that. But I believe it does because there are some compatibilities between it. You can have Subversion repositories on GitHub, but GitHub Desktop is free, and it comes from GitHub themselves. So just to be clear, Git is the source code control invented by Linus Torvald, who invented Linux, and GitHub is a company owned by Microsoft that will store Git repositories for you out on the cloud. Now, why would you want to have your source code stored on the cloud? Okay, I'm going to turn my screen sharing off for a moment when I get my mouse over to the right window. And the reason that you want to store your source code to the cloud is, first of all, the version control. Secondly, you can share your code with people. And if you've ever downloaded one of our examples, you've downloaded it from GitHub, even if you didn't realize it. So collaboration is another thing. And thirdly, it's about disaster recovery. Okay. I live in Dallas, in Texas. I live actually North Dallas, but it's the Dallas Metroplex. Dallas is made up of, it's a city of cities. So there's lots of places. And if you were to take the United States, draw a line down the very center of it, that area down the center is known colloquially as Tornado Alley. And the reason is that it experiences the most tornadoes in the United States. The United States is a big country, but that central part is very subject to tornadoes. And I'm actually a trained weather spotter. I'm a tornado spotter. I went and did a training course on it, got a certificate and everything. And I did that because I find them fascinating. Mother Nature is incredible, and the things that nature can do are mind-blowing. but I have seen tornadoes for real. I don't go out and chase them in cars, but I have seen tornadoes do things like rip the entire side of a building off. I've seen another tornado downtown in Frisco, which is near where I live, take those big grain silo type things and completely flatten it, smash it to pieces. I've seen houses ripped from the ground, made out of bricks, ripped from the ground and completely destroyed. If a tornado hits my house, and we have two tornado seasons in Dallas, one in spring and one in autumn or fall. If the tornado hits my house, I expect my house not to exist anymore or to be extremely badly damaged. The likelihood is that all of my computer equipment here will be completely destroyed and made unusable. If that happens, I want to know that my source code for my programs is still available. Okay. And it's important to me that that's true, that I can go, wow, everything's gone. I'll go down to the local, I've got insurance, go down to the local Best Buy, which is a computer shop in the United States, and I'll buy a new laptop with insurance money or a new development machine with insurance money, install RAD Studio, install GitHub Desktop, pull all my source code down, put it on my machine. And I can do that. And I can do that because I've tested that and worked. Okay. So source code control is your ultimate backup. In the old days, I'm sure if you've been old enough, you would remember the writable DVDs. You could have a DVD you would put in, or a CDR, as it was called, a writable CD, and you could put it into your computer and then store your backups on a CD, because hard disks got bigger and bigger, and it's meant that you couldn't store them on floppy disk anymore. So you would have to store them either on a thumb drive or a pluggable hard drive or a CDR. And CDRs can scratch, they can get damaged and things like that, and then your backup's lost. And I have been an IT manager of some very big blue chip companies. And we had backups on tape, magnetic tape. We had a huge, very expensive, uninterruptible power supply. There was a problem outside in the street. Someone dug up a cable, took out the whole of our building, and we could restore our backups. But one time we went to do that, we found that the uninterruptible power supply had turned into a battery, a magnet, and it erased all of the backup tapes. Luckily, we also, because of good practices, had some down the bank. But, believe me, when you think the impossible, there's no way I'll ever lose my code, I'm too careful. Don't take it from me as someone who's been in the industry for 40 years. Yeah, it will happen. And when it happens, and it will happen, it's devastating. Even a simple thing like losing a hard drive, your hard disks, they're not guaranteed to last forever. I guarantee you it will go wrong, actually. So, you need to make sure that, whatever form of backup you've got, you do a practice and try and restore from a backup as well. But I tell you now, source code control, even if you never share your code with anybody else, is a very good way of doing a backup, like an automatic backup. A couple of questions coming as we were talking about that. Where was it? Yeah, this is it. Adel and actually Conrad and Patrick are both answered this. Is it safe to share your codes in the cloud? Okay, well, I work on many projects I cannot discuss. Some of my customers prefer anonymity, and they certainly don't want their code being shared with anybody because it's their product. They sell those programs and they make money off them. So it's an intellectual property, IP as it's called. And anything that's stored in the cloud is as safe as storing it in my office on my desk in a backup, because I have cameras around my building, and I have an alarm system, and I'm American, so I have other ways of defending myself. And someone could break into my house and try and steal my stuff, and they might steal my computer. And if my source code's on it, I'm in trouble. So I make sure I have biometrics on my computer. My hard disk is encrypted, and I don't use easy to guess passwords. I actually use two-factor authentication as well. So it's biometric and other forms. So if someone did steal my computer, which they could, it would be difficult for them to do it, but not impossible. Most of these cloud services like GitHub and Subversion and all the others use best in practice methods to prevent people trying to hack your source code in the cloud. They use two-factor authentication, and that might be an app that does a generated one-time code. You've seen this, type in the following 6 digits kind of thing, or it sends a text message to your phone or something like that. Or you have a little token and you read the number off a token that changes every second. But it's not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed in life, but it's very, 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 very difficult as long as you use the proper work practices to let people hack your code. Embarcadero use GitHub, but they also use private repositories as well. I manage some of the repositories on behalf of Embarcadero and also on behalf of other clients as well. Now, let's just take a quick look at GitHub, and then I'm going to show you how to clone a repository and then open it. And in fact, we'll actually probably create a little app and push it up to GitHub, so you'll see it working. So I'm going to share my screen again, and you will see a lovely picture of my face, because you can never have too much of my face, right? In fact, there's now 3 of my faces on the screen. So this is my GitHub repository, and you can go to it and you can see what's on there. You can't see all of the repositories because, as you can see, I have 221 repositories, but not all of them are public. And I've been busy doing all sorts of things. You'll read about what I do. I was born in London, I emigrated to the United States. It's a picture of me in Germany, I think, Hanover, when I was doing some stuff. Pictures of my dogs. If you hear my dogs do stupid things, that's the one that's mostly in my office. He worships the ground I walk on, quite rightly, and loves me to bits. This is the other one. She's in the other office where my wife works. And there's all sorts of code that I push. I've been very busy doing all sorts of presentations, so I've not pushed as much code as normal. But, I do a fair bit. And, there are all sorts of contributions that I push into different things and stuff like that. And they're counted in different ways. I did code reviews. And that is very typical of a GitHub profile. Okay. Now, what do you get in the repositories? Well, if I go to a repository and pick one that we can actually show, and I'm just trying to see one that I can't get here. Oh, here's one, Space Computer, which is a public one, I think. You'll see that there's some source code in there. And if I click on pass, you can actually see the Pascal file. And yes, GitHub will actually highlight the code in using a form of syntax highlighting and all the rest of it. It is free for private use. And then there's a paid account that does a few more things. And I actually use the pro account. It also supports things like issues. So you can actually track bugs on there, bug reports and stuff like that, and suggestions and all the rest of it. It supports actions, so you can have build actions. We had a session about that the other day from one of Dion's guys. And it also supports a thing called projects. Now, if you want to see what I mean by the projects, I can't show you one right now, but it also, to collaborate, people can get to your repository. Oh, let me click on the right part of the screen. Get to your repository. They can clone your repository. And then once they've cloned your repository, they can actually make a thing called a pull request. So someone can say, oh, I found a bug in your source code here, Ian. And this bit there was a bug here somewhere, or I added a new feature. And they can then come back and create a thing called a pull request. Now, what does a pull request look like? Well, here is a pull request. Now, this is from the indie project. If you don't know what Indie is, I recommend you take a look at it. If you're new to developing with Delphi, then you might not know what Indie is, but it's a communications set of communications components. It basically does anything you could ever want to do with communicating over the internet. It's the basis for many, many types of communication, and it's a great project. But I picked this one because A, it's public, and B, I knew this was a pull request on here that is currently open and not merged, which is fine. And so what this is a description of what the pull request does, okay? And it's I can explain there. There's some comments on there. So Remy Lebeau, who is the maintainer of this repository of Indie, has got some comments for Tony and saying, well, you know, this is great, but there's a couple of problems here. If I go to commits, what that shows me there is some of the things that he's done. So it will go down here and it will do a difference. It will tell you what were the changes that Peter made. So minus, he deleted a file called openssl.pas, and then he added all of these ones that have got green pluses by them. He created these new. Okay. What were the changes? Well, because it's a new file, it's going to be all new. But you can see there's loads of pluses in there where the lines have been changed, added. Now, this one, let me just find one that's a thing that we can look at where he's made a change. No, I'm not sure he's done any. Oh, wait, is that one? No, he deleted it. Let me just move my chat window that way so I can see. Okay, well, there isn't one where he's made a change, but I think if I click on here, you can probably see. Yeah, okay. Well, if there was a change in there, it would show what lines were changed, what lines were added, what lines were deleted, and so on and so forth. So that's what GitHub does. Now, SVN or Subversion does similar things as well. And all of these, you know, are designed to work with your code. Now, what's the tool I use? Well, I personally use a product called GitHub Desktop. And if I go to here, whoops, and throw it up, come on. Oh, really? There's a bug in. Ha! Well, there's a bug in .NET for you. So here's down the side there's a bunch of repositories. I'm just going to try and find one where I've put some changes in that I can show, like this one, for example. Okay, so this is one of my example projects that you've probably seen. It's called Wow App. And actually, I can show you what that looks like. If I just go, I'm going to run a product called Everything. And then pull up Wow App.exe. Yeah, I can't show you that. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't show it working. Yes, I can. Okay. So this is Wow App. Okay, if you've not seen it before, it's a FireMonkey app. It's just designed to show you what you can do with FireMonkey. Okay, and I might as well show you the tool I use to find that as well, by the way, which is a product called Everything. You know, when you want to find a file on your machine and you use the Windows search and it takes forever, download this app instead called Everything. You can go to voidtools.com. Which is there, okay, and download Everything. It is free, but if we were to pick something called, I don't know, let's say, let's pick an app called Example. If I type in the word example, okay, it instantly shows me every single file on my computer. I mean, every single one that contains the word example instantly. You know how slow it is on Windows? Well, everything does it a lot quicker. So if I type in wow app like that, see how quick that is? Instantly shows us where wow app is. And if I want to see what executables I've got, I can type in wow app.exe and it will instantly find it. Amazing bit of kit. Very, very nice. But if I just run that again, I think it was this one. So I'll put it over here. There's wow app. Kind of cool, you know. Boing, boing. Nice. And all of this is all FireMonkey. There's no code behind that. It does it all in FireMonkey. So whilst I was using this app, at some point I made some changes. And what GitHub Desktop does is allows me to see what the changes were. So this here, I deleted my Gmail account, okay, and I put my Embarcadero account in because I was going to push this out instead of being my own little demo app. I wanted it to be Embarcadero's one. I also added a panel, do a few other things as well. So you can see on each file that's changed what the differences were, plus or minus. It's history on steroids. It's very, very good. Someone says here, can the actual version of Builder interact with the Azure repo system? Oscar, I don't actually know the answer to that. If it's a GitHub compatible one, then yes, probably. I don't know. Hang on, let me see that. Azure repository. Let's see. Yeah, the Git repository. So the answer is yes, they can. Yeah, so you can literally get them from Azure. So yeah, the answer, Oscar, is yes, they can. So that solves that question. That's good. So anyway, that's GitHub for you. And then when I want to go back on the history and look at various things I did, then I can look at the various changes I made, going back all sorts of versions. If I wanted to, I can actually revert the changes that I made there. So if I thought, well, that where I changed that line, it was a bad idea, then I can go back and I revert those changes. All of this is GitHub. Okay, so let's try a little test just to show how easy it is to create a repository. So what we're going to do, let's create a new VCL application. Why not? Okay. And we're just going to do one thing. We're going to put a button on there. Okay. And the button is going to say, oh, hang on. Wrong screen in. Button. And we will change the caption to say, hello, or something like that. Okay. And we'll keep it called Form 1 and all the rest of it. Let's save it. So the first time we go to save it, it's going to say save it. I'm going to save it in a particular place because of the way my GitHub is set up. And we're going to go here. I'm going to create a new folder. And I'm going to call it test GitHub. Like that. I'm going to store my project in there. So save, and then it's going to ask me for a project name. So we'll call it test GitHub, but it could be, let's call it test GitHub app. Nothing special. You can save like that. Great. And now if I hit F9, it's going to run. It will actually run over on my other machine because that's just how my computers are set up. Hello, it's not doing anything. That's fine. Okay. So we've got a basic app. Now, if I just open an Explorer window and off screen, so you can't see all my cool stuff. This is what it looks like. Hang on, computer, close up. So there is my my GitHub, my folder, my regular folder. Now, what I want to do is I want to actually go and save this up to GitHub. Okay, so I'm going to open GitHub. I'm going to say file, new repository. Okay. And we're going to call it test GitHub. Let's see. Little gotcha here, actually, my mistake. I need to call it the same name as I've called it here. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to call the repo test GitHub, and I'm going to say it is a test for GitHub. It's going to be stored in that folder. Git ignore. Git knows about Delphi. And now, why do I want a Git ignore in there? The reason is that what I don't want is it to store some of these files that are irrelevant. So, you know, when you open folders and things like that, you get little squiggly bits and bobs, and you don't want to store those. You just want to store your basic code, and off you go. Okay. So let's go back to GitHub, and we're going to say create repository. Now, in the background, Git has created this little folder here called .git. It's normally hidden, but I've made it visible, and it's got a whole bunch of stuff in there. This is how you can use Git on your desktop. Now, you can use Git on the command line, and in fact, if I pull up my terminal and say Git, I think it's minus this, it will show you that there's a command line version of Git, and you can say Git push minus M test, etc., etc. Okay, I'm not going to do that because all of these commands, believe me, they are a little bit archaic, and only the people like Linus Torvald understands. So I'm actually going to use GitHub Desktop to manage it. So let's go back to our app, and what we're going to do is we're going to change the caption from hello to goodbye. Okay, and I'm going to save that. Now when I go into GitHub Desktop, even though the app is still open, you can see that it's saying, you've changed one of the files. You've changed the DFM file because they're stored as text, and you have taken out the caption where it says equal to hello, okay? And you've now added it and changed it to say goodbye. Paul McGee says, don't put leave or yes. Do not leave secrets, as they're called, in your repositories. People do it all the time. And it's absolutely true. The amount of times that people, and actually GitHub now search for some of the secrets and say to you, hey, did you mean to push your private secret passwords in there? And the answer is no. So I've actually made a change, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to commit that to my main, okay? And I'll now have some history. So this was the initial commit, okay? And that was all the files that I had, so everything is brand new. But when I made a change, the only file that was changed was Unit 1 DFM. It didn't change any of the others, you know, and it didn't change the .dproj or DPR or the res or anything like that. It only made a change to that one file. But notice something else, okay? In our test GitHub project, you remember these folders, history, Win32, and in the history, there's a whole bunch of like nonsense files named like this. Let me just see if I can drag that open a bit. There you go. Come on, why are you not sure? Oh yes, okay. So squiggly 1 is just a history file, okay? But you don't want to put those in your repository. So history and Win32 is by default ignored. Okay, where is it ignored? Well, if you go back to the initial commit, when I said it's a Delphi repository, it adds a file called a .gitignore file, and in there by default it'll ignore some of the files that you don't want to have, like ident cache, local, tvs config, dsk. It ignores everything in the history folder and everything in the recovery folder and everything with a little squiggly character underneath it. So all of those files in my repository that are irrelevant to having my program work, anything in here, for example, are automatically ignored because of the ignore file. And that's quite cool. And it means that once I commit my changes, they'll be remembered. So if I ever have to, if I want to, I can restore what I stored in the GitHub and go back to a version. So if I suddenly thought, oh my word, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to actually change that button to say goodbye. If I close the project, say close all, I apologize for squinting, but my screen's all set up in weird ways, and then go back into GitHub down here, GitHub desktop, and say, okay, and say reset to commit. Okay, now, oh, actually, my mistake. It should have been, I don't want to do that. So I should have said revert changes and commit. But I can actually say, yeah, ignore this change. So discard the changes. Are you sure you want to discard all the changes to this? Yes, yes, I do. Now, if I open that project again, see the button? Still says hello now, and it doesn't say goodbye. So very, very useful. Let's change it to say something else, which is let's get it to say dev days of summer, and let's make it go there, and let's like that. Let's save it. Let's run it. I hit no, and it's on my other screen, so I put it over. So dev days of summer. Hello. Okay. Now, if I go to GitHub, the minute GitHub gets the focus, GitHub desktop, it will read through my folder and look at the changes and go, oh, you changed 2 files that I'm tracking. And the 2 files are, first of all, the DFM, the form folder, the form file, and it knows that I deleted the old caption and changed it from hello to dev days of summer. It also says, you made a change to the .paz file. And you added this line here, button 1 click, and you added this procedure to say, show message, hello. And if we go back into here, that is indeed true. So it knows that I added this line and I added these 2 lines here. Now, brilliant, super, terrific. But what about actually getting that onto the internet? Well, first of all, let's add a message. For each time I want to do a commit, I can't commit or save those changes until I add a message. And the message in this case is going to be test of differences. Test of diff method. There you go. So this is called a diff. And then it's saved. So it's saved in our history. Now, at this point, it is still stored on my local computer. If you remember, there's the folder, and there's Git, and everything is stored locally on my PC. But that's no good, is it? Because along comes a tornado, bash! My computer is ripped out and sucked up into the tornado and spread all across the whole of the Dallas region. We don't want that. We want it safely stored on Microsoft servers because they own GitHub, and or it could be anywhere else. Their Bitbucket from Atlassian, for example, is a Git compatible repository. Someone else pointed out and I forget who it was. Yeah, Oscar pointed out Azure as well, but that's also owned by Microsoft, so GitHub or whatever is just as the same. But we want our code to be taken from here and stored on GitHub. So what we will do, we will minimize this just to get this out of the way for a second. We will say publish this repository. Okay, so we're going to publish this repository. Organization none, so I'm going to do it in my name. Okay, test GitHub, test for GitHub. I'm going to say publish. What happens in the background is, and you can just about see it, the little thing that said publishing. Now, if I go up to here and say repository, if I say view on GitHub, if you see that there, that is now out on the internet and stored. Now, if I wanted to, I can make this public, but the default is private. So if you would like to go to the check digits repository right now, if you want to go here, you will see, and in fact, let's just copy that. If I create a QR code for it, let's do that. Just to make it easier for you. If you scan that little, why you'll not generate the barcode? Ooh, is that a bug? There you go. If you scan that QR code, it will take you directly to there, but it should say that it can't find that repo. And in fact, if I say open a new, I don't know how to do this actually, open a new private window, and so it doesn't know who I am. If I go onto there, you should see this message, okay, if you scan that code. Why? The reason for that is because the repository by default on my computer is private. See where it says private there. So at this point, my code is safe and nobody else can see it, okay, which is really quite handy, isn't it? But what about if I want the world to see it? Well, there's two ways of doing it. I can either do it through desktop settings, or I can say, go down to here, and there's a bit that says danger zone, and I can change the repository settings. So I'm going to say change the visibility, change it to public, and it will say, are you sure? And I'll say, I want to make this repository public. And it says, are you really sure? Are you crazy? Are you sure? And I can go, yes, I understand what this effect is. And I need to do this here. You can't do this, but I have on my phone GitHub. And because I am using good practice, I will get a request come up called a sudo request. And what it's asking me to do, and I can actually show this because it won't show anything private. No, it won't show up on the camera. No, I won't do it. It's asking me to type those digits in. So I'm going to just do that and say approve. And what will happen is it will change. And now it's made it private. So now when we go back to that repository, you'll see it says public. So now when people go to that repository, instead of getting the 404, they can actually see the source code. And that's how to make it public. Now, if I wanted to, I could have done it from the desktop, the GitHub desktop, and I can do it from the command line as well. So what you can do is when you go in there, you can change the visibility within there. There's a repository settings, and I can say, change it and make it public. The other thing that you can do with GitHub repositories is a couple of cool things. First of all, you can create issues. So let's say someone finds a bug in my code. It'll create a test issue. Okay. If I want to, I can say, create a new project, and I can have project management stuff in there. Now, most of the project management things I have set up, I can't show you. But what I can do, I think I saved a link somewhere to project management. Oh, maybe I didn't. Okay. Let's see if I can find a GitHub. Yeah, Git helps if I spell it correctly. Board. Okay. And whether this will show like this. Projects. Here we go. Okay. Well, I can't show you that feature, and unfortunately, the project that I have got, I'm not allowed to show you because it's somebody else's. But you can go in and it's got project management in it. It's kind of cool. If I hit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. GitHub doing a pretty poor example, but if I could find one, there are examples of projects there where you can create a Kanban board. If you know what Kanban is, Kanban and Scrum, it literally looks like this, where you put all your issues across and say whether you're working it or testing it or whatever. It's one of the things that they support. If you're just a single developer, the issues are probably enough to track things. You can actually go to your project repos and you can say, I'll organize them in there and do it. I can actually quickly, I think, how much time we've got? Oh yeah, 3 minutes. Okay. So I can say create new project, and then if I say board, create project, and then you can add issues in there. So you can say to do, in progress, done, and all the rest of it. You get the general gist of it. It's not that difficult, but it's just one of the other features of GitHub. So that was it. It was a very impromptu session of Git control and source code control in general, and showing you how GitHub works. I suggest you watch some other videos because it would take a couple of hours to cover all the features of things like pull requests and how repos work in general and how people collaborate. There are lots of different ways of doing it, and it just depends on what works for you, whether you're an individual developer, a team developer. If you work on teams, you'll come across GitHub quite often. It's the most commonly used method of repositories and things like that. It is supported by all versions of Rad Studio or recent versions of Rad Studio. You can do open from GitHub, as I said before. You can open repository and stuff like that. But I suggest you use a tool. There's Tortoise, SVN, and a few other apps out there that are very, very good. They integrate with the desktop, and you can right-click and say commit and do it all from the desktop. Many people swear by doing it from the command line, so git commit, and such and so forth. But that was just a brief overview to show you. GitHub Desktop makes it very easy to visualize and actually quite easy to demonstrate as well. But if you're not using source code control and you're using zip files, I strongly suggest that you take the time to learn how Git works. It's not as complicated as it looks. Git commit and pull, those are the only things you really need to understand, and they're not difficult. It's just like saying save and retrieve. I don't know why they use weird language for it. I would say git save would mean save it in the cloud, and git download would be, that would be my language for it. If you want to use GitHub to actually get a project, I can show you how that works very briefly, because the next bit we're going to show is a replay anyway. But let's say that you go on the internet and let's pull that screen up. Which screen we got? That one. Let's say that you want to, for example, download the HighlySQL, okay, which is a program written in Delphi. It's the best app out there, I think, for source code control management. Database management, MySQL. But let's say that you want to download the code. We go to code and select this and say open with GitHub Desktop. I'm going to say open it, and it will come up and say, where do you want to put it? Well, I want to put it there, and I say clone. It goes off and it gets all of the stuff for HighlySQL. And I'm just going to pull my folder over here so you can see that HighlySQL is being created as we speak. Okay, so it's pulled all the source code down and the git config. Now I can actually say fetch origin and just say make sure I've got the very, very latest version, and it will have updated it. All of the source code, all of everything else. Now I do have a very, very fast internet connection, but that's as easy as that. Now I've got a copy of the HighlySQL source code. Now you need to learn about things like fork. Fork allows you to make a copy of the repository on your GitHub repository. You can then make changes on a thing called a branch, and then commit your changes back to the main project by saying opening a thing called a pull request. But these are things you need to look in other videos before we go any further. Okay, that's all I've got time for in this session, which was kind of unplanned, and I thought we'd just go ahead and do it. I'm now going to do a replay of a session from the other day. This is by Jim McKeith, my predecessor as a developer advocate, and it's about FireDAC, so it's kind of relevant to HighlySQL. It's a little long. I think it's nearly an hour long. After that, we will be doing a session by Miguel Angel Moreno, so implementing tri-filing codebox in C++. But this session is Jim McKeith.
Hello, I'm Jim McKeith. Welcome to this Dev Days of Summer 2024. This session is Introduction to FireDAC Fundamentals of Data Access. My name is Jim McKeith. I'm the Director of Consulting for GDK Software USA. I'm also an Embarcadero Delphi MVP, and previous to that was the Chief Developer Advocate for Embarcadero. Now I'm working at GDK Software. We are a bunch of passionate, knowledgeable Delphi consultants. So if you know anybody that needs in need of Delphi consulting, whether it be just some expertise to come in and answer some questions or some additional capacity to handle projects, you can find out more at gdksoftware.com. The session today is on FireDAC. It's an introduction to FireDAC fundamentals. We're going to do a little refresher on SQL, talk about databases, essentials of FireDAC, the components that you need to use, and connecting to remote databases and local databases, and then I'll provide you some additional resources. Also, I want to make sure that you check out the FireDAC, not sure where it's at, tomorrow I have another session, FireDAC, your secret dataset weapon, where I'm going to go into some really, really cool features of FireDAC. Today is kind of just some basics of getting started with FireDAC. And with that, let's implement this. FireDAC is a universal data access component set, similar to the BDE in some regards, but way better in most regards. But what that means is the same components that you use to access all databases. And this isn't even all the databases it accesses, but is most of them. It is platform independent, works across all platforms, and it's a T dataset descendant and bidirectional, so it's just, in my opinion, the best implementation of data access components. That being said, there are other ones out there that are really great. The great thing about FireDAC, it's in the box with your RAD Studio Delphi C++ Builder installation. It is a universal components, but it also has specific features for different databases. So that means you're not giving up functionality of certain databases by using FireDAC. You still get the functionality of those specific to those databases while still having a universal data access layer. I thought it'd be interesting to see how it does with the top most popular databases. So I went to dbengines.com. This is a list of the top 30 database systems. Then I went through and removed all the non-relational ones, but I left MongoDB, which is the most popular document database or non-relational database. There, we see number 5. And then I highlighted the ones that FireDAC supports natively, and you can see it's most of them. There's only a few that aren't supported there. And that's not the full list of FireDAC databases, but it's good to see that it supports most of the top 30 relational databases. You can find the full list of FireDAC databases there, though, in DocWiki. So these are I think the most basic or the most essential FireDAC components, which I'll use in some samples here, but wanted to go through them real quick first. Your FD connection is the connection to the database. So this is where you define how you're connecting to the database, where the database is, what database driver you're using, things like that. The two components available, there's probably others. The two main components available for viewing data from the database is the table and the tquery. I almost always use tquery. I find it's more flexible. There are some specific use cases where you might want to use table. I'm not going to get into those, but you can find out more in DocWiki on that. But tquery can do custom SQL statements, or you can just do read from a specific table, and it has all the functionality before. Now, if I remember correctly, back when I was using BDE and other systems pre-FireDAC, the tquery was only read, whereas the table was read and write. Tquery in FireDAC, TFT query is read, write, and very, very flexible. So generally, like I said, that's the one I use when I'm working with tables, and that's what I'll use in all my samples today. tscript is a collection of scripts that you can execute. I usually only store one script per TFT scripts, so you can execute all of those scripts, and there'd be scripts. I usually use it for scripts to recreate tables or something like that, but you can pass parameters and other things to the FD script as well. So it's actually way more powerful than probably I typically use it, but it's a great place to store scripts that you want to execute against your database. So those four there, actually those three, because like I said, I don't use FD table that often at all. I use FD query most of the time, are your main components for interacting with the database. Then these last 5 here are GUI components, and all of them work on VCL or FireMonkey, but the wait cursor and the script dialog works on console as well, which honestly I haven't tried those on console. I found that occasionally these will bite me if I forget them. You'll get an error message, so it's good to make note of this list here. And if you do run into problems, it might be because you're missing the GUI component. So what these are is these give you the ability to customize and provide GUI elements for FireDAC. So the wait cursor is the cursor that's used when something's going to happen that's going to take a little longer and it has to display a wait cursor. Wait cursor gives you the ability to control and customize that and display that to the user. The login dialog, if you want to provide a login dialog to the end users, you can use this. You can alternatively provide your own dialog and then grab the username and password the user provides and provide it to FireDAC. But this one will actually go and query the server and figure out what questions it needs to ask the user, and it has functionality to persist that as well. So it's a really great just basic login dialog. Well, not just basic, it's a good login dialog for connecting to the database. Like I said, you might want to make your own and customize it, but most of the time this probably will do what you need it to do. Then you have an error dialog that you can use to display errors, and it gives you a little bit more information than the default error message dialog would be. And then the script dialog can display script execution process, and the async execute dialog gives you progress for queries that are running in the background, which I've not used that one. I've not used that one, but I know it's there. It's a good one to have if you do have long-running scripts that you're running asynchronously. All right, let's talk about working with DBMSs, which is database management systems. You'll also sometimes see RDBMSs, relational database management systems. And that's like most of the FireDAC databases, most of the databases FireDAC works with are RDBMSs, but DMSs is the general term. And SQL, structured query language, is what you use to talk to DBMSs. The interesting thing about SQL is structured query language is there's a standard for SQL, and the SQL standard has certain rules, but then each database has its own dialect of SQL. And so while SQL is universal and is standard across all of these, once you start doing much of anything with SQL for a specific database, you're going to start using things that are specific to that database, and then you're not, that SQL is not compatible with multiple databases. So it's kind of, I don't know, I like the fact that SQL is standard, but at the same time, it's kind of frustrating in that you have to learn the specifics. So I don't know if the answer was a more strict SQL standard that everybody implemented completely, a more complete SQL standard, or if the answer was to not allow for extension. I don't know. Either way, learn the basics of SQL, and then you can use it across databases, but then you have to learn the specifics for the database you're working with. So this is the sample data I have. It's a variation of a sample database I've seen around, but I got this version here is from SQLtutorial.org, and we've got 7 tables, and each table has, you can see the rows and the data that's in the tables. And you see this diagram, the entity diagram here, is showing you that, so first of all, each record has an ID unique to that table, but then the employees table is kind of the core table here. And each employee has one job, so you see it connects up to jobs, and it has, every employee has exactly one job. And so if you see the employees table there, there's a job ID, and that points to the jobs table, it points to a row in that jobs table. Now, if that jobs ID could be null, which means it has an undefined value, then an employee might not have a job, right? And so in this case, it's not null, so every employee has exactly one job. But then an employee also has a department they're in, which we see pointing over to departments. And again, they have exactly one department. So there's a department ID in the employees table that points to the department ID in the departments table. An employee also has a manager, which in this case is coming back to the employees table. So it's the manager ID references the employee ID. And then, and again, exactly one, but then they can have 0 or more dependents. And so we have a dependents table, and then the dependents table, each row of the dependents table has an employee ID. So a dependent can only exist if it has an employee ID pointing back to the employees table. Departments then have locations, locations have countries, countries have regions. And the reason you have this like this is so that for example, your countries and regions are defined, and so you can't just provide arbitrary countries and regions. If you do that, then you end up with non-consistent data, and that's a pain for anybody that's working with databases trying to do reports. So yeah, so this is an entity diagram showing you how all of this is related out and defined. SQLite is probably the easiest database to work with, and I call it a DBMS. I think technically they claim to be an RDBMS. They claim to have relationships, but I don't think it doesn't enforce the relationships. And so what that means is that your SQLite is really lightweight. It's really a library that's embedded into your application, works across all platforms. It does lack some of the features of other databases, like enforcing referential integrity. So what that means is that if you define a rule that says, for example, all dependents have to have an ID, an employee ID that points to an existing employee, it's not going to enforce that. At least there might be ways to make it enforce it, but you have to make sure your program enforces the referential integrity. You cannot depend on the database, which honestly, from a programmer's point of view, that's probably is preferable. So from a lot of things, the SQLite is a great solution. It's usually enough for most use cases. I'm providing some links down here at the bottom for in the doc wiki. That first one there, using SQLite with FireDAC, I use that a lot because SQLite is kind of loosey-goosey with its data types. You can really kind of just use whatever data type you want to. It's really relaxed about things. And what happens is it doesn't, yeah, so this one talks about this. So for the data types here, you see by default, most of the code you're going to see in the documentation when you get like some SQLite tables you're working with or whatever, the strings, what things they want to call strings, they just call text. Now FireDAC treats that as a wide memo, which means that when you display it in a grid, it's just going to say DT wide memo. It's not going to actually display the text. If you want it to show up as a string embedded in there, you need to use an invarchar or a varchar. So that is all defined in this first link here using SQL with FireDAC. So very useful. There is a way to provide your own mappings to override that, which is also in DocWiki, but this is a good place to start to make sure that your SQLite SQL table definitions is defined the way you want it to be for FireDAC. When connecting to FireDAC, this is the basics you're going to need. The driver ID SQLite. The database is the path to the database file. If that database doesn't exist, it's going to create it. Although that option there where it says open mode, create UTF-8 means it's going to create it. You can change that if you don't want it to automatically create it. But I like that. You just say, I want to put it here, hit test, and it exists. If you want to have your SQLite database not exclusive. Now again, SQLite is designed to be a database engine that is embedded in your application. It's really not a standalone engine. It is a library that is embedded in your program. But if you want to have the database files you're pointing to not exclusively locked by you, you can change the journal mode and locking mode to from exclusive delete to normal wall, which is I can't remember what wall stands for. It's an acronym, right? Anyway, whatever it is. Change it to that, and then you can, it's not exclusive. Now, the reason you might want to do this, especially during development, is that if in the IDE you're working with FireDAC and it is talking to the database files from the IDE, and then you run your program, the program is going to say, whoa, hold on, I can't open these files because they're locked by the IDE. So if you change it to normal wall for development, and then you can change it to exclusive delete on production, then you don't have to worry about that. There are some advantages to have it exclusive, then other things can't be changing it, and it gives you exclusive control, better performance, but during development, you do want to have, at least in my opinion, have that set that way, unless you want to be really disciplined. And actually FireDAC does have some functionality to not keep the connection open, but it's just so convenient to have that open in the IDE. So on the FD connection, you don't need to have a login prompt. There are circumstances when you would use a login prompt, but generally speaking, you don't need the login prompt. So you can just turn that to false. Otherwise, it's going to pop up a login prompt each time, which you can replace with the GUI component I told you about. But I just turn it off usually. Yeah. Oh, and then also, and I use this in the samples, but this is a useful reminder. If you want to have a lookup in your grid, all you have to do is add a new field. Give it a name and set the field type to lookup. And then you connect. So a lookup would be where you have like a job ID in your employee table, but then, or here in this example here, department ID. And then you want to go to the departments table and just look up the department ID and display the department name. And then when the end user is using that grid, they don't have to say, okay, if they're in the IT department, that is department number 5. Why would you make your users do that? So you provide a lookup so that they can then go and see the list of friendly names instead of having to remember those IDs, and they select it from that. Generally, the rule of thumb is that your primary keys, your unique IDs for each row, should not be editable by your users, should not be viewed by your users, because That's not their purpose. Their purpose is for computer recognition. So I've seen people that have tried to do things like use social security numbers or phone numbers or something like that as a primary key. Not a good idea, because that could change. You could have two people with the same phone number, or it does happen, people have the same social security number. You could have identity theft, right? So primary keys should be system generated and unique and not displayed to your users. Instead, give your users a lookup to use for that. All right, so let's do a quick demonstration of SQLite. Show you, like I said, the easiest. It's an embeddable database, easy to use as well. Now, that being said, I know Embarcadero does have Interbase, which is another great database, but I think SQLite is easier. Interbase has some additional features SQLite doesn't have. So there are reasons to upgrade to Interbase, but if you don't need that, you can use SQLite, very easy to use. First demo here is going to be simple FireMonkey application. FD connection is your core for connecting to your database. So you double click on this here and select the driver ID. This brings up your connection editor, and we're going to say SQLite. Now, any valid path will work here because it will create it if it doesn't exist, but I want to use an existing one here. Right there. Locking mode, normal, and journal mode is wall, so that it's not exclusive. Otherwise, it would give me an error message. And like I said, this will always be successful unless you change open mode to read only. So let's go ahead and do that so we don't create it if it doesn't exist. And it's still going to pop up this here because you can have a password for encryption purposes, but we're not using that. All right. So we know that that path is valid, which, I copied up my clipboard, so I'm pretty sure. If I don't want, though, it display a login prompt to the user, I can go ahead and turn that off there. So now let's go FD query and put down a query. Now, the cool thing is, by default, this automatically connected to the FD connection. The old BD didn't do that automatically, so I really appreciate that because I always like trying to remember to do that. Now, if you have multiple connections in there, right, you would need to define that, but if you don't, that's it's nice that it does that. So let's go ahead in here, and if you double click on this one, it brings up the query editor. And so I'm going to say select star from EM, and I actually learned that as splat. I don't know why. So anyway, run it. You can see, there we go. It's connected, and we see all the results that came back. Now, this is really nice here. I go to the structure panel. It's going to show me what it saw these as. Now, you'll notice that it's wide string of length 3,200 or 32,000, which is the default for max int, right? Which is half of max word. That's what, it doesn't matter what you define these as in SQLite, it's always going to give you the max length, which honestly, with a varchar or varchar, which is a variable length one, it might as well give you the maximum length because it doesn't use any more storage in the database, right? If you have, the database allows for like a variable length up to 10, then allowing for variable length up to 32,000 doesn't use any more storage until you actually store 32,000 bytes. So again, this puts the onus, the limitations, the requirements to put the limitation functionality in on the developer's hand instead of in the database. But the other downside means that it's going to make really wide columns. So you have to manually narrow your columns down, which I'll show you how to do here in a second. Now, the reason these are defined this way is because I used invarchar in the declaration for how it was creating these tables. If I'd used text, then it would list these as wide memos instead, which wouldn't display values in grids. So if you see wide memo, it's because your create table is using text instead of invarchar. So now I'm going to come in here and say, go to the fields editor and right click and say add all fields. Now the cool thing is you can actually edit this from the fields editor here, or you can do this from over here as well. So that's probably a lot more convenient, but I still have the habit of using the query editor up there. So then I can come in here and say, I don't want to display this. By default, it's going to display it, but we don't display IDs to users. And I want to also hide the job ID, department ID, and manager ID. And then I want to set these fields here, the string fields. Now see the size says 32,767. I could scope that down here and say, okay, we're only going to allow users to enter up to 100 characters in there. But I'm going to leave it at max. But then I want to just come up here and change the display width. So the display width is how wide it's going to make the columns. And let's go with 30. That's probably a good amount. Ideally, I could vary it for each column. Okay, so now we've got the FD connection defined. Oh, I did want to point this out here. If you want to change the way things are mapped, right? So if the database has it defined as one thing and you want to change how FireDAC maps it to a internal type, it's the format options here. And come in here and you want to say, own map rules right there. And then you come into map rules and you can define a new map rule. And so your map rule, you would say, if the source data type is wide memo, you can then change it to be a wide string. So that'd be one solution. I've not used it for this. I always change the way it's done, but I have used this for, let's say, for example, you have a BCD or a decimal. Let's see, where's it at here? Like, let's say, yeah, you have an extended and you want to come in here and say, okay, based on the precision, right? If it's a has a scale of 2 to 4, then I want to make that into a currency. Okay, and then it'll automatically map that to a currency. So that's useful. Like I said, if you want to change the way FireDAC assumes the columns to be, and that may be more than a fundamentals, but it has bit me so many times with SQLite, I think it's worth pointing out here. I'm going to turn that off here, and then I guess I'll turn off the own map rules there as well. FireDAC, there's so many things in here you can dig into. It's so powerful and so flexible. It's really worth spending some time with that. Okay, so I've got the query down here. Let's go ahead and do a grid. And I'm going to bind visually. And I want to take my FD query to the grid. There we go. And there's how wide our 30 is, which, you know what, I think that's too wide. So let's come in here and let's change that. First name, oops. Hitting the wrong keys here. There we go. Display width, let's say 20. It didn't resize those there. So let's, did I do the wrong ones? I've not done it this way. I've done this with VCL with the data sources, but let's see. All right, so there we go. Now they're short and narrower, so apparently I had to rebind it. There's probably an easier way to do that. I probably can refresh it. Oh, okay, so now we'll close that there. And if I activate this, then we can see our data at design time, which is fantastically useful. And then the one line of code I have to add is in here. I'll say FD query open. And now we'll run our simple SQLite application. And there it is. You can add a navigator by going to your bind source here, right click and say add navigator. And then it puts down a DB navigator, which makes it easy to insert, delete records, jump to the end, refresh, stuff like that. But you can also customize your DB Navigator, change what controls are visible, which is visible buttons right here. So apply updates is not there now, but you can add that. So this is really useful because honestly, just this here that's a basic functional database application, right? And I haven't written a whole lot of code, but FireDAC just encapsulates so much of this stuff really easily just to give you a great solution. Oh, one more thing I want to show you about FireDAC is if you go to the connection, right? So let's say you didn't know there was an employees table. I can right here, and connection editor is where you go by default, which is where I was before, but you can go to the Explorer option, and it says, okay, gives me a chance for password again, say no password, and it brings up this, which gives me an opportunity to explore my database, which in this case is a SQLite database, but I can see here's all my tables. I can open up the table, I can see what columns are there, right? I can see all of the data that's in here. So this is really useful for, I can't tell you how useful this is. Because in the past I'd always have to have a separate tool that I could use to do this sort of thing. So you always need to be able to view and explore your system there. So yeah, if you had views, I don't have views because I don't know if SQLite supports views. SQLite doesn't support stored procedures, so there's no procedures in here, no generators. Although actually I think it does support generators. You can create SQL scripts in here. Anyway, very, very powerful, very cool. This is something that probably people that have used SQLite, or I'm sorry, FireDAC for a while probably are not familiar with this existing, but this is just a very, very useful tool to go in and look at the database, see what's there. Yeah, so that's right click on your connection and go to explore. If you right click on your query, you can actually come in here, see you have your fields query editor and your fields editor. You can also use this setup master detail, go to next record set and execute, which I guess that makes sense in some circumstances, but not the way we're using it right now. So there we go. That's the basics of, I wanted to create one from scratch, in this case FireMonkey. I'm going to open up the existing sample I have now. This one's a VCL application, which I've done a little bit more with. Now you'll notice there's no FireDAC components on here. Now I could have used this lovely button here. I love this one, hide non-visual components, but they're not actually on here. What I've done is create a data module. A data module is a non-visible design surface, which is great for holding all of your components. And what this also does is it gives you the ability to add code in here. You can add methods and other things to your data module that are specific to working your database. And so originally my goal with this is you'll see I have MySQL and MariaDB. I wanted to actually be able to swap out data modules and keep the UI the same, but switch them out. The problem I ran into was, and I wanted to reuse the FD queries. So the same FD query went to both of them, but I kept running into issues where I couldn't get the mapping, the field types to be exactly the same, and there were a couple of weird things about the way the SQL is formatted, and I could have got there eventually, but I decided I was wasting way too much time on that when I needed to get the rest of this done. So I didn't go down that route, but in theory, I'm confident I could get there eventually, but like I said, I ran into some issues and decided I was wasting too much time, so I had to punt on that one. But so here's all my components. So here I have my FD query. So this is my connection, and then this is a collection of queries, each query pointing to a different table. I have two sets of scripts here, one that drops all the tables and one that creates all the tables. Probably not something most database applications are going to have at least as exposed easily to the user as it is in this application. Because that would wipe out all the data, but I think it's useful to be able to have your database application be able to recreate its database if it needs to, right? So that way, if something happens, the database gets corrupted, they can roll back to that. Although there's functions for backing up and restoring databases as well built into FireDAC. So those would be other good solutions too as well to include. So then this here is our data sources. So the data sources are what provide the, they're not specific to FireDAC. This is a Delphi or C++ builder VCL component. And they take the results of a T data set, which in this case is a query, and makes it available to data aware controls, which is how I'm displaying the information in the grid. And then I have the script dialog, the wait cursor, error dialog, and async, which I guess I'm not even using this one, but it's on here anyway. In here, I have the grid, and the grid is connected to the data source right here, which is in that data module. So see, it's SQLite DS employee. DS is the prefix I used for data source. So come back here and look. And here's FD query employees, and then DS employee. I guess it should be employees, not employee. It's not going to break things. And then this button here is going to recreate the tables if I need to, recreate them. Like I said, probably if you have that feature, which is probably a good idea, don't put it as a button on your main form. But the other thing that you can do is, so I showed you how to edit the fields to change the width and stuff like that. You can also do it with some columns in a grid columns editor. And you can, if you hit this button here, it's going to re-add all the fields, which I don't want to do that because it's going to add them again, although it gives you an option to do that. But then you can go through each of these as well and say visible false. You can change the caption. So right here, title, caption. I'll change this to first. Name. And you can put colors and all sorts of stuff, customizing it here. So now you'll see that one's got first name. So I also did a couple events on here. I'll show you. Oh, and I can show you this. I set up the field editor, the drop down, the lookup columns. So for example, job title is a lookup field. So let's see. Right there, field kind lookup, and it's all defined there as I showed you in the slides. So we have the department name as well as a lookup. I don't have the manager as a lookup because I didn't set up, I'd have to set up a separate instance, two different queries, and I just didn't do that because I would need to have a separate one for managers, even though they're both pointing to the same employees table, because the query, the FD query has a cursor pointing to what the row it's selected, and so you'd need to have two. There may be a way to do it with only one, but I didn't do it because I didn't want to add two, which is probably not a very good reason. All right, so let me go ahead and run this here. Oh, the other thing I added, so this is by default the dependents, but then I added in here that if you, when you select a cell, oh, apparently I broke something. There you go, that fixed it. Restart the LSP. So when you go into a column or a cell, it's going to look at what column or cell you're in, and then if you're in the departments or employee job, the departments or job titles column, it's going to pull up the other table so you can see a list of all your options, which has more details in it. You'll see what it looks like in the code here when I run it. So each of these here, you edit that just directly. He wants to go by Ernie. I don't know if that's how you spell Ernie. It looks wrong now that I typed it. I added something in here. Let's fix that. So what I did, I'll show you my query, and I probably won't fix it real quick, is I added a join. So it has a join back to itself here, where I have the manager last name of the manager of the employee's manager for the manager ID displayed as manager name, And that's why. It's because it's joining back to itself. Yeah, that wasn't a good idea. Let me go ahead and remove that. It's nice that it displays it, but I should have had it done the other way, like I just described having it done, instead of this way, because it's pulling it from the wrong table, or it's trying to update it. Usually you can do that. Usually with queries you can have columns that are brought in from the tables and then edit those, and those ones would be read-only and the other ones would not be. But because I was trying to get too creative and do the self one, I think that's what blew it up. So let's try this again. Oh, it did. It went ahead and changed it. So we'll change his name back. Ernest. Okay. But then when I go, so right now it's displaying the dependents of each one. But then when I go into the job title column, now it displays all the job titles and then shows, or the departments, shows all the departments. And now I can change it either by going here and putting them in the shipping department, which doesn't make any sense. Why would a programmer be in the shipping department? I guess you could be the programmer specifically that handles shipping, or I can come in here and change it this way. And, oh, I didn't implement it for that one. All right, so let's change it this way. And then I will implement on this column here. So in here, I can say they're the marketing manager. Oh, apparently I broke that part. Maybe I'll fix that too. Okay. This is the interesting part, right? Watching me break my code and fix it. I'm going to open up this one here because I have the code in here and then I didn't copy it over. Okay, so in here, cell click, and there probably is a different way I should do that, but I'm going to say SQLite. This is the code that I was trying to do, is trying to get creative, but didn't work out. So now, if I come in here and Alexander, still in the shipping department, this is the column I implemented it for. There we go. So when I change it here, I only did the department column, not the job column. It changes it there. Okay. Oh, and then this is not a lookup. Okay, that's right. I didn't implement the lookup there. So anyway, that's kind of the basics. I get a little bit in the weeds there, but there's the basics of FireDAC, specifically with examples of SQLite. For my bigger databases or remote, that could potentially be remote, I'm using containers, but I wanted to mention this real quick. I had used Docker before, but this time in doing the research for this, I discovered a lot of database systems out there are using Podman. So Docker is kind of the Kleenex of container platforms. And by Kleenex, I mean the one that we think of by default, but not the only one, right? Kind of the one that defined the platform perhaps, but there are lots of other ones out there. So recently, Podman is a newer one that I've seen being used. So one of the things about Docker is they've introduced some new restrictions that some people aren't happy about, aren't able to use, especially like Docker Desktop. Podman doesn't seem to have these, or has less of them at least, but it is fully compatible. So it's Docker created this called OCI, Open Container Initiative, and Podman is fully OCI compliant and has a full ecosystem of stuff out there. So I didn't use Podman for this because I was trying to get this done, but it definitely looks like it's worth consideration. So take a look at it. You can pull containers from Docker Hub and use them with Podman. There's also Quay.io is another container registry that Podman's compatible with. And then some of the other databases I looked at were had their own registries that they were hosting as well. So worth taking a look if you haven't tried Podman, especially if you were frustrated by some of the limitations that Docker introduced. So let's start with MySQL. MySQL for the longest time was essentially like the default open source database. If you've heard of LAMP, which used to be like the defining stack of a open source web application, it was Linux, which is the operating system, Apache web server, Linux, Apache. I totally forgot that where I was. M for MySQL, and then P for PHP. So LAMP is, MySQL was the M in LAMP. It was like I said, the de facto standard. It was the Kleenex of open source databases, if you will. Now it was bought by Sun, and then Sun was acquired by Oracle, and so now it's part of Oracle company. Oracle has multiple databases, but MySQL is one of them, and they've introduced some restrictions people aren't happy with, and they have paid editions of MySQL and the community edition of MySQL. What I found that means is that it's hard to get current versions of the client libraries, like really hard. I spent way too much time on this trying to get it to work. And the current ones are only 64-bit. Now, maybe that's not you might not think that's a big deal because you're planning to do 64-bit development. But if you want to connect from the IDE, which is one of the things that is fantastic about Delphi, is this ability to connect to the components, to connect to the database at design time, you can't because the IDE is 32-bit. And so you have to have 32-bit drivers. And I had the same problem with a number of databases, honestly, that they didn't make 64-bit drivers available or client libraries available. So, or they didn't make 32-bit version available. But MySQL just made it hard to get them in general. You had to like install like a whole set of tools to get it, and it was a pain. It was real annoying. If you do want to use the Docker Hub or a container, there's the link for the Docker Hub one. This is a community developed one. And you do need to provide the port numbers you want to use, and then also MySQL root password, whatever you want that to be. If you don't provide that, it'll give you a warning message when you try to start the container saying, hey, you got to provide this or one of these other options here to say you want random password or no password or whatever. And then there's some links for connecting to MySQL from FireDAC, some more information. Now, that brings us to MariaDB. This, after MySQL was acquired by Sun, which then became Oracle, they made an open source fork of it called MariaDB, which is named after the youngest daughter of the chief architect of it. I think he said MySQL was named after his older daughter, whose name was Mai. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, this one's named after his younger daughter. It's open source, and it's committed to maintaining open source, but it's also intended to maintain high compatibility with MySQL. And currently it appears to be like completely compatible. So it's easy to switch from MySQL to MariaDB from everything I've seen. Your mileage may vary. Don't just go making a switch without making a backup first. But it's really easy to get the client libraries, and the client libraries are compatible. So fantastic. There's the link right there to go grab them. In the doc wiki, it specifically calls out that it supports MariaDB, but you're going to look at the MySQL documentation. So the page says MySQL, but on the connecting page, it specifically says it supports MariaDB, and then on the databases page, I think it says as well what version it supports. So generally, my experience has been is MariaDB is easy to work with and doesn't have the restrictions, and has all the functionality of the base MySQL. So MySQL, like I said, has 4 editions now, so I don't know how it compares to the enterprise editions or whatever of MariaDB of MySQL, but as opposed to the MySQL Community Edition versus MariaDB, I would recommend MariaDB. If you do use the container to launch it, you need to provide the MariaDB root password, whatever password you want it to be. And also, I used port 3307 instead of the default of 3306 so that I could have both MySQL and MariaDB running simultaneously. For connecting, the connection settings are the same. Obviously, in my case, your port number would change, but the driver ID is always MySQL. So even if you're connecting to MySQL, download the MariaDB connector because MySQL doesn't give you the 32-bit version. It is, I spent so much time trying to get that to work, and because they just make it so hard to get them, and they make it hard to get the 64-bit version, and then they don't give you the current 32-bit version. So I should have started with MariaDB because you just install those connectors and boom, you download the 32 and the 64, install them, and you're good to go. The server is the name or the IP address of the machine that is hosting it. All right. And then you provide username and password, which username is root is the default one, and then the password is the one you provided in the environment variable for the Docker container or the container or however else you installed it. So if somebody else has installed your server, get this information from them. But you need the four things you need is you need the server name, which is the name of the machine, and that is server. Then you need the username and password, which is username and password inside MySQL or MariaDB to connect to it. And then the database is the instance of the database in the server. So the server could have multiple databases instances internally. So database is the instance you're connecting to. An instance is the word I use because I don't know if it's Oracle specific word, but that's the word we always used in Oracle. So it may be different in different databases. I don't know. But yeah, you want to have the database name. So the database name default is MySQL for both MySQL and MariaDB. Okay. And it is case sensitive, lowercase MySQL. The password is also case sensitive, and I don't know if the username is case sensitive or not. So again, there's the link docwiki on how to connect. So now let's take a look at this in action. So I have two different samples here, MySQL and MariaDB. Honestly, they're like exactly identical, with the only difference being that the MySQL connection is pointing to port 3306, and the MariaDB one is pointing to port 3307 right there. So you'll notice MariaDB driver ID is MySQL, and the default database is MySQL. That's what MariaDB creates by default. You could create any database name you wanted in there, but the default database, unless you create another one, is MySQL. The port is default to 3306. I just changed it so I can have both of them together. They're together. We hit test. It's going to ask me for your username and password. Boom. I have login prop turned on, which I don't have my FD GUI login dialog. I don't know why it's not on there. Must have deleted it by accident earlier. So we'll go here and point it to the login dialog. And then on the login dialog, you can customize it, and you can say with password history, so you can save your passwords history, which your cybersecurity manager's gonna not like that. You should not persist that, but your engineers, they love that feature. But you have history as well that's going to have a history of the logins, which again, users like that, cybersecurity people don't. So it really depends on your threat model and your other secure functionality. We go in a whole conversation on that one there. And then you can say your history location, whether it's going to be in the registry or a file. And then here's the key where the registry goes. Visible items is an interesting one because this is what defines what items are visible in the login prompt. There is a method you can call on it. Let's go in here. FD GUI login dialog. I don't know what the method's called on there. Yeah, get all login params, which will go look at the database and decide what login params it needs to use. And then you can look at the visible items and hide certain items you want to hide. Also, the provider's forms. Forms is the VCL. You can switch it to FireMonkey or console, depending on which one I do. So you see some of them have the console as an option. I don't know if this one, I don't think this one does. Yeah, this one doesn't. I think weight cursor has console as an option. Yeah. So on weight cursor, you can change which cursor you want it to be, right? For the weight cursor, instead of just displaying the SQL weight, you could do a different one. Yeah. So let's go ahead and run this here. I'll start with the MySQL one. Again, they're identical. Uh-oh. I thought I fixed that. What did I do? Because this ran earlier and worked. Okay, it's working now. I was nervous for a second there. So there you go. It has department name where it switches over to look up there. But I didn't set the column width there, so that's way too wide. This is the default SQLite Why is it that way? Because it's not SQLite. Oh, it's probably not. Oh, I don't have the. Departments. Fields editor. Oh, that might be left over from when I was. Nope, display width is 100. 100 is just too wide. It should be narrower than that. There we go. So department, there we go. Much more reasonable. Yeah, so there it is, SQLite, and the MariaDB is going to be exactly the same. Although I wonder if I'll get that error message. I'm not sure what I did to cause that. Yep, didn't get the error message there. Oh, this one's asking for more options there. So you can specify the server and the port. You could hard code that or whatever you want to do if you don't want to display it as the user. And here is MariaDB, which again, like I said, it's exactly the same. Or at least I thought it was going to be the same. This surprised me that the login dialog. I didn't notice that before. I'm not sure if something changed. So yeah, anyways, that's an example of connecting to a remote database, which again happens to be locally on my computer, whereas SQLite was an embedded database. That remote database, instead of being localhost, could be anywhere on the network, or it could be on the internet. Generally, you want to use some sort of middleware when you're connecting to a database over the internet, but you don't have to. You can do it that way as well. You could have that MariaDB or MySQL anywhere on the internet and connect to it that way. And that's it. The link down at the bottom there is to the slides and samples. It's already all up there, so you can go check it out right now. Can't talk about FireDAC without recommending Carrie's book, FireDAC in Depth, or I guess it's Delphi in Depth FireDAC. I always call it FireDAC in Depth. It is FireDAC in Depth, though. This is the definitive book about FireDAC by Spirit of Delphi award-winning Dr. Carrie Jensen. Fantastic book, fantastic resource. Carrie's a fantastic guy. I'm glad to call him a friend, and go check him out there, jensendatasystems.com/FireDAC book. Covers so much stuff. We just, I don't know, scratched the surface of it today, and even tomorrow in my other session, we'll just scratch the surface of it. Here's a number of links, the most important one, of course, being the GitHub link there, and hope to see you tomorrow at the FireDAC Your Secret Dataset Weapon. And I guess with that, now we'll be doing our live Q&A.
Not strictly true, because okay, I just got a message from producer Martha. Not strictly true, because actually there was a replay of Jim's session the other day. He did go on to do a live Q&A, and then he followed it up as well. I am told that our next session is going to be live, but I don't actually see the person in the studio background there, so that could be interesting. Miguel, if you're watching this, you should be logged into the studio by now. You can go ahead and do that. That would be great. If not, we will hunt you down and make you use C++, blindfolded for a week and see how you get on. So there you go. Whilst we're waiting for Miguel to sort himself out, I'll address a couple of questions there. So we did have a few questions, and unfortunately I forgot to pin them, but that's because I was doing something else. Let me see. Yeah, Adele, I'm guessing it's Adele, asked, is it possible to synchronize data between two databases remotely? Okay, that's kind of a vague question, even though it's precise in the wording. When you say two databases, there's a wording there that makes it a little bit generic. Okay, so if they are the same database management system, so MySQL or Postgres or MariaDB or SQL Server, if both databases are those, then most of those vendors, Oracle and a few others as well, have a capacity for synchronizing one database in one machine or one location with another one. So if they're the same flavor, MySQL or SQL Server, then there are multiple solutions for that. If you're talking about, and so when you say database, what you really mean is synchronizing two database schemas, which is the technical term for a database which contains tables and triggers and things like that and events. If you mean two databases on the same machine, then yes, there are lots of ways of doing that, and there are tools that will do that as well. And if what you mean is synchronize something in, say, an Oracle database with a MySQL database, there are actually very few tools that will do that. And the answer there is probably not. And in fact, we do have a session tomorrow for DB Migrator, and that is happening at, let's have a look. My mistake, it's happening on Thursday. What day is it today? Is it Tuesday? Oh my word, I've lost track of what day it is. On Thursday at 1 p.m. US Central Time, so 7 p.m. UK time, 6 p.m. UTC time, there is a session with someone called DB Migrator, and it's a tool that will allow you to take from one database and put it into another database. I'm not sure, but I believe that can synchronize between two databases. But if you think about what Jim was talking about in the SQLite section, he talked about the field differences and things like that. So it is quite important to make sure that the fields are compatible, because if you go from one field that's, say, 1,000 characters, alphanumeric characters, and you go to another database where the maximum is only 250 characters, something's got to give. You're going to have to lose some data or split that field down into multiple fields or some other problem like that. Same with integers to floating point to integers, and all the other things as well. So it just depends. Okay, so that's that question. Let me just hide the message. It says yes, I'll do that. I'm also going to get you to synchronize out. I'm just going to let my dog out because he's about to bark very loudly. Go on, on you go. Go do your thing. All right, no, you don't want to go? Okay. Live broadcasting, everybody. And whilst we're doing that, I filled perfectly for time because Miguel has turned up exactly on the hour. Miguel, are you going to be on camera or just going to share your screen? You can type in the message box. You're here? Hi, Miguel. Yes. Are you going to be on camera? Because currently I don't see your camera turning on. Waiting for him to answer. There you go. Hi there.
I'm here. Alive and kicking.
Hola, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Excellent.
Hope
okay.
everybody's doing fine today.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so just to let you know, you are the last. Let me have a look before I say this. Yes, you are the last session today, and I know you're doing it live, so you can keep going until you're done. You don't have to rush or anything like that. Take as long as you like, and you'll be around for the Q&A as well, obviously, because you're live. So, yes. In fact, Adele says yes. Schemas and data between two databases like Firebird. Okay, well, we'll talk about that on the DB Migrator thing on Thursday. Excellent. Okay, so Miguel is here live, as you can see, because he's there in all his glory on the camera. Good guy. Know Miguel quite well. We've been on a few sessions, haven't we, over the years, I think. Couple of different code rages and all sorts, I think. So your session is going to be this, which is implementing finally code blocks in C++. We saw a session earlier on, which was about exceptions in Delphi, and this is kind of the flip side of that, which is in C++. So with that, I'll leave you to it and speak to you later. Thanks a lot, Miguel.
All right. Thank you, Ian. Bye.
Just to let you know, I can't actually hear you. So if you're saying anything, your microphone is either muted or something like that.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
we can. Thanks. Yes, we can hear
All
you.
right.
You're fine.
Are you watching my screen? Is my screen full now?
Yes, we can see a slide that says "Join us for the Dev Days of Summer," and it is your screen.
Oh,
so.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Ian. All right. Hello. My presentation today is implementing try finally code blocks in C++. My name is Miguel Ángel Moreno. I'm an electronics engineer and also I'm an IoT systems designer and architect. I also do software development and systems integration. I've been an Embarcadero MVP for more than 10 years now. So this is the agenda of what I'm going to present to you today. First, a quick history of the try finally block, comparison with the try catch, which is the standard sentence and structure that we know in C++. And introducing resource acquisition is initialization, which is what many of you might be thinking right now. What am I talking about? Why don't just use array II? Then I'll show you some applicability of array II by use case. And then a try finally implementation for C++. An example of try finally again by some of the use cases that I showed before for array II. And finally, some questions and answers. All right, let's go ahead. And first, quick history of try finally, which I find interesting to let you know. We associate try catch, which is one of the key introductions of C++ compared to C, is exception handling. So we all think that it was C++, the big daddy of all these new structures to handle exceptions. This mechanism to handle flow structures is mainly two that we have. One is try catch and the other is try finally. But surprisingly enough, they were not introduced by C++. Lisp introduced the first genetic exception handling in the early 1960s. Genetic because it was not only for handling exceptions, but also almost any kind of error. But the programmer had a way to catch them. So by this combination of functions and keywords called error and error set, you would set an error code, and then the code would halt at that time and jump out. And then in the parent function, you could call error set to check whether that error flag was set or not. Then the programmer had a way to catch exceptions or catch genetic errors very, very early in the computing programming era, since 1960s by Lisp. Then MATLISP introduced dedicated keywords because the designers found out that error and error set were really generically meant to catch system errors, but they found out that the programmers were using this feature because they could catch the error without exiting the program. So that was a big feature. The error and error set could be custom handled by the programmer. When MATLISP came, which is a next generation of Lisp, the designer said, okay, we found out that that's very popular. Then they dedicated new keywords specifically for the programmers to throw logical errors and catch them at a higher level. then it's MacLisp in 1972, the very first program that introduced throw and catch keywords for handling exceptions. Later, we have NIL, which is the new implementation of Lisp again, which introduced the first cleanup behavior that we know today as a finally, try finally block. It's only in NIL, in new implementation of Lisp, it's called unwind protect. But it works exactly as a try finally. It's a piece of code that you can introduce that will be executed always, even when an exception is thrown. So you can have a way to do some cleanup behavior. So you can see that all of this was introduced by the Lisp family. None of this was by C++. But the concept was very popular by the time that Jan Sorstrup created C++. So that's the reason he immediately introduced it into C++. Now, this is a quick comparison. Many of you will still be thinking why we want to implement try finally in C++. We already have try catch. Well, let me do a quick comparison. Bear with me for a second. Number one, this is how a try catch flow is when there is no exceptions. You have some external code, you enter the try portion of your try catch code with the code to execute. If nothing happens, there's no exceptions, everything goes fine, then the catch portion is simply skipped, jumped over, and then you continue with your external code outside of the try catch. That would be the normal process flow of a try catch. But when there is an exception, this is exactly what the try catch sentences were created for. When you have an exception within the code to execute inside your try code block, no matter where, can be at the very beginning, in the middle, or at the very end, but always inside your try code block, this structure will catch the exception and jump directly into the catch code block. So giving you the opportunity to catch and handle the exception properly. You can either handle it and then resolve it, or you could optionally throw an exception again, either the very same one that was launched in the try code, or launch a new exception of your own completely. So you are totally in control of what to do in the catch section. Now here, I'm assuming the normal flow, or the most common flow, which is you handle it and you don't throw an exception. That would be like normally the most normal code is you want to handle it yourself. Then the flow continues. Then the exception never terminates your program because you already handled it correctly. Now, this is what you are familiar with. This is the flows that you're expecting to see with a try catch flow. Now, try finally. Let's imagine for a moment that you had try finally in C++, but by the way, try finally is almost in any other language except very notably C++. But try finally behaves like this. You have, when there is no exception, you have the external code, you enter your try code block, the code to execute runs, assuming there's no exception, then it'll simply continue sequentially into the finally code block. Then you have some finalization or cleanup or whatever you want to call it, code block that runs after try. And then after that code, it jumps into the external code that you have, continues to flow normally. This is what happens when you have no exceptions within a try finally code block. But now when there is an exception, it behaves similar but not the same to try catch. You go into the try code block. The exception can be thrown at any moment, either the beginning, the middle, or the end of the try code block. Then the finally code is called immediately. So you have a chance to do some cleanup or finalization that you want to do. But bear in mind that finally doesn't handle the exception. It's only that it's allowing you, before it continues to call whatever handle you have to call the exception, to handle the exception, it allows you to do finalization or cleanup code. So finally is just like an interim process before continuing the throwing of the exception. So as you can see in this flow, after the finally code portion is called, where you do some cleanup or whatever allocation you need to resolve, then the normal flow continues. In this case, there's no handler, there's no try catch outside, then the exception makes the program to halt or jump up to whatever exception handler may be, if there's any. If not, the program is terminated. Many programmers in languages that do have try finally are allowed to do a combination. Then you do a custom combination of try finally and try catch blocks at your will, depending on the logic that you are handling. Notably, we don't have this in C++. You would say, why do I need it? Well, let me show you. I'm introducing now RAII, which is resource acquisition is initialization. The creators of C++, John Sostrup and his team, truly believe that because of the feature of RAII, they didn't need to introduce try finally at all. They are mostly correct, but there are some corner use cases where you may want to actually have try finally. The interesting thing is that many other languages that were inspired by C++, notably Java, C#, and other out there, they do have try finally code blocks. It's only C++ that stays as the core mainstream language without implementing a try finally. Well, let me just compare what happens. I just show you this would be the normal flow with an exception of a try finally code. The idea in C++ is that to achieve sort of the same logic flow, you would do this. You would implement an object, which is what we call the RAII object, which is a temporary object. Temporary meaning is an object allocated on the stack that is the object that allocates or initializes resources. And that object, because it's a temporary one, stack allocated, it will automatically be destroyed at the end of the enclosing code block, which normally can be either a function or can be a forced code block, an indented code block made by you to force some, reduce the scope of the lifetime of the object. So we all, as C++ developers, know this trick, but bear in mind that this is the condition in order to use RAII. The core condition is that you are relying in the lifetime of an object that actually does the resource allocation and acquisition, and you are relying that the destructor of that object is the one that will actually deallocate or do the cleanup of that allocated resources. Then this is what you would do in order to achieve the similar flow of a try finally, but in C++ using RAII. Resource acquisition is initialization. As I said, RAII is excellent for allocating and deallocating resources needed only within the scope of a given function of code block. In other words, they are the scope boundaries are very delimited. It's either within a specific function or within a hand-coded code block. You are scoping it for the lifetime of the resources that you want to temporarily allocate. It is also called scope-based resource management because one of its main use cases is for declaring automatic variables. So those variables that you declare as automatic will be discarded and destroyed automatically at the end of their own scope. But this is the catch. RAII only works for resources acquired and released directly or indirectly by stack allocated objects. In this case, there is a well-defined static object lifetime. So RAII is notably not useful when we want to execute some finalization or cleanup code that is unrelated to the allocating resources. In other words, we want to run some cleanup code, but we are not necessarily bound to deallocating an object. Then how to run that custom cleanup code when we don't have an object that needs to be deallocated? So I'm going to show you some use cases and tell you whether they can be solved by using RAII or not. Number one case, again, this is not comprehensive. It's just out of my mind the very, very common use cases that you may be thinking or you are actually using and implementing in your code. So bear with me, I'll just show you some quick cases. The idea is to show where do I see a fit for a true try finally block. Number one, working with files. If you're using with standard C++ objects, then yes, you can use array_ii here to declare a my file object of offstream, blah, blah, blah. You don't need to manually close the file. It will be closed automatically by array_ii at the end of the record of add data record here. Use case number two, working with dynamic objects. Even dynamic objects is one of the very first cases that were completely covered by C++, especially after C++ 11, where there was a complete overhaul of the array_ii objects that you can use for handling pointers. One of them is the one I'm showing here. We have the function process image. We are passing over a file name for an image. We need to create the object on the heap. Then we use a unique pointer, in this case, because no one else will be accessing it other than this function. So we create a unique pointer object that will actually manage and allocate the image object. Then we have the constructor, new image object with a file name, blah, blah, blah. We do some processing by applying some color filters and saving the file, but we don't need to deallocate it because unique pointer object will automatically discard and clean up the memory allocated for the image object. So again, this is another good case for using array_ii. Working with mutexes, especially in parallel programming and multi-threaded programs, this is one of the best cases because there is always the risk that you forget to manually deallocate or unlock a mutex, and then you have a deadlock. So this is one of the most used cases for array_ii when you need a temporary lock on a mutex. So again, you create the lock guard. This is one of the standard array_ii objects introduced in C++ 11. So lock guard allows you to lock a mutex, and then you don't need to care once the function, in this case, write to queue, ends and finishes, it goes out of scope, then lock guard will unlock the mutex. And you don't need to worry about that. Even if there is an exception thrown when you are adding something to this queue, it doesn't matter. The compiler will unlock it because it's at the point of destructing the lock guard object that your mutex will be unlocked. So again, this is a good use case for array_ii. And last but not least, we are executing finalization tasks after some database access. Look carefully at this code that I'm showing to you. We are validating new data record. So this is like similar, not exactly, but similar to the validate method that we have either in BCL or FireMonkey frameworks from Embarcadero for C++ in the Rat Studio developing tool. But anyhow, the logic is the same regardless. We already appended some data record in a database. There's has some fields, and then we call this function to validate whether the data in this record is valid or not. And if it's okay, then post the record, and then it gets permanently stored in the database. And you know, the data records, when you have a data set objects, you could be in a temporarily edit state or append state. You need to actually confirm that this record is to be appended by, normally in the case of FireMonkey BCL, you need to call the method post, the function post, to have it permanently added to the database. So right now, when you call this function, you're in interim state, an interim edit state of the record, you need to validate. As you can see in line number 11 and 12, there's a simple validation made upon the data of this record field. And in case the age doesn't meet the constraint, then we throw an exception. So the problem here is that there's no way we are bounding the post process to a resource allocation. We are not bounding it to any array_ii object that can handle it. So because of that, in case an exception is thrown, this data record is either not deleted or not posted. The state is undefined, which is not good. which means we are not clear whether it will be appended later or it will create some trouble for the next function that we call. This is not good. So this is one specific case where it would be nice to have a try finally code here. So even if I throw an exception, I can make sure that I'm finalizing whatever I need to do with a record in the database, either post it or cancel it, but make sure that I'm doing something to finalize that data record. So let me show you now a try finally implementation for C++. You would say, how is that possible? Well, it's simple. I'm using array II itself to implement try finally. So I'm showing you here. This is a class called try finally. This class has a constructor. It has some internal flags. I'm storing two function data members that call two functions, one function called try and another finally. Before I show you these internals, let me just call the program that shows you how this works. This is a test program implementing that class. The way I'm implementing it is by defining an object of that class. The object is called TF from the class try finally. Then I call try with a lambda, and the lambda is actually everything I want to do in the try section. So all this is the body of my lambda function that I'm assigning to try. And after that, I call finally, the finally function, which again, its argument is another lambda, which holds the body of the function that I want to call for the finalizing the code. Thanks to the lambda syntax, is very close to in syntax to having a clean try finally. The only thing you have to add extra compared to a real language implementation is that you need to create an object, and second, that you need to call the functions upon that object. But other than that, Lambda allows you to have a very clean implementation. I'm indenting things here so it reads neatly and elegantly, very similar to try finally code. Now, there's a catch. You may recall what I said about the life of a function. Let me remind you. Not here. Hold on. I want to show you the from what I was showing on the lifetime of an object, which is the next one. Hold on with me. Please wait with me for a second. Yeah, here. You need to keep in mind that array II works by the lifetime of the object that you are encapsulating it with. Now, this is the yellow part of it. This is the function or code block that forces the lifetime of the object. So in order to make the try finally code block behave the way I want, I'm forcing a code block to force the lifetime of the object. That is why I have these two braces here. So I'm forcing the try finally object to live only here. Then it will be created here, but by having this nested code block, I'm forcing it to be destroyed at this point. The moment it gets destroyed, then I'm forcing that all this logic by the try body and the finally body get executed in sequence. Let me show you what happens by compiling this code. Hold on, not here. I'm in code. Let me change to project one. We're in project one right now. I compile this code. Okay, I go to the command line. I will call this code, which is project one. Okay, you see those 10 sentences of the try code block were executed, and right after that, the 5 sentences of the finally code block were executed, and then the program was terminated. end of the test program. So this is a normal run of the program. And you can see here on the source code that it executed exactly the way it's laid out here in the code, in the source code. Now let us introduce intentionally an exception is thrown inside the try code block. Then what happens? Let's compile this one again. Now we go back and execute this project. You see that the first 4 sentences of the try code block were executed. Then they get interrupted because the exception was thrown. Yet you see that the finally code block was executed. All 5 sentences of the finally code block were executed. You don't see here end of program because this program didn't terminate correctly. Again, if you look carefully at the code, there's no try catch. And there's no handler other than the main routine, and the main runtime library will simply yield an error on the command line, which is the error you see here, abnormal program termination. So this is intentional just to show you that because I didn't have any exception handler, it went all the way to the runtime library, and then the program had an abnormal program termination. But yet we had successfully the opportunity to run the finally code block to do whatever cleanup we need to do. So this is just showing you that this logic works. We have a fake or artificial implementation of a try finally code block for C++, which may come handy for some use cases like the one I just showed to you. Let's go now again to the object. For those of you that are curious, you will see that the implementation is really very straightforward. Again, I'm just using ArrayII in order to implement it. What happens is you need to call try, as I showed to you in the main code. When you call try, you pass the actual function that behaves as a try code, in this case by using lambdas. Then try will receive a lambda function and store it into a local member called try, and it will also set a flag. We need to set these flags because the whole object is designed to behave with both functions assigned. If you didn't assign either one of the functions, then the behavior is unexpected, is undefined. So there's a check here because there's 2 internal booleans that get set only when you actually define both codes, the try and the finally code. Then the 2 booleans get set. When they finally get the point to be executed, those 2 booleans get checked. If for some reason either one is not defined or both, then it will throw an exception, flagging you, hey, you did something wrong. You are not assigning both together. Let's try to do that just by temporarily remarking this one out. So I didn't set finally, and because I didn't set finally, when this code is executed, let me go back here.
Is there any chance you could zoom the code in when you show the code a bit? A couple of people mentioning it's a bit tricky to read at the size it is. So just,
Sure.
increase the font. Yeah.
Sure, no worries. We can do that. Actually, I thought this size was enough, but no worries. We can always increase it to make it.
It's Conrad. He's getting old.
No worries. I hope this one is better.
Perfect. Yes, thanks.
All right. So I just show you that I forgot intentionally to define finally. Then when executing it, I get an exception. So because I didn't have an exception handler, I don't see the actual message that I'm showing with the exception handler by saying, hey, try finally code block malformed. But if I had a try catch, then you would get this notification in the exception object. So just when you know that there's this like an internal guard, unfortunately, you don't have a compiler error because this is not a compiler feature. This is actually a runtime feature with ArrayII. So the only way I can flag you that you did something wrong is actually at runtime by raising an exception, throwing an exception. Okay, let's go back here and redefine this code. We re-implement it. Okay. So as I showed to you, this is working. Now you will say that this code is everything is defined internally. Okay, let's go back to the use case that I originally flagged to you as the one that calls or cries for having a try-finally block. So that was the number 1. This was the number 2. Then we have the number 3. And the use case I show you that was crying for a try-finally block was this one, using of a database access. Then I will give an example of this use case. We go now to file number 2. I change the project to number 2. I have a very simple mock-up database. It's just to show you the behavior, but it applies completely by having real-life databases. So here, I'm accessing the database is created outside. This database is created here. I'm using ArrayII for the database itself, so I don't need to shut it up because it will be destroyed automatically by the compiler at the end of the program. And here in the try code, I'm appending and deleting some records. And then finally, I'm posting the data for those records. Now, if you are a master with Lambdas, then we need access to my database. One way would be to add database in the argument. Another way, which is the one I always prefer, is just use a generic referencing here, which means you can take any of my outside variables. So this way, by adding the generic reference argument here in the Lambda, then the Lambda truly behaves like a real try-finally block. I don't need to add any specific variables here. I simply have access to anything that is visible at this point. When I start this code block, anything that is visible or has been created before this code point is immediately visible by my Lambda. Then by using this neat feature of Lambdas, again, I can truly mimic or replicate a try block by having full access to any variable that is already defined, doing something with them, assigning them, blah, blah, blah. Since they are called by reference, I can do anything. If it's a numeric value, I can assign a value, I can do whatever. I'm doing it on the real variable because they've been captured by reference by the lambdas. So this is a pretty neat way to implement a try block and finally block exactly as they would be if they were implemented by the compiler. So let me show you what happens now. Same thing here with the finally. I'm using the catch by reference argument of the lambdas. Then let me compile this one, compile this code, go here again, and now I call that one, but this is project 2. So this is the normal flow with no exceptions. So all the flow of try is executed, which is first the database is created. That was outside of the try finally block, but then within the try block, we append records, delete records, blah, blah, blah. And in the finally code, whereas when you do the final cleanup or final action that you want to implement it, we do the data posting. So we're posting here the record finally. Then we get here you can see that the program finishes here when I put this line. And then after that, the main code terminates, the main function terminates, and then the compiler destroys any object that are at the highest scope level. In this case, my database. My database is at the main level code scope, then it gets destroyed at this moment. I did this intentionally on the destructor so you could have some visibility of what's happening, what's going on. So I did intentionally visibility when my database object was created, and also you get visibility when my database object is being destroyed. The destructor is being called. So everything so far so good. Let me again introduce some bad behaving things. Some exception is thrown inside the try code. some appending of some records went bad, or a validation went bad, like the example I gave you on the presentation, then let's compile this again. We execute this sample project again. And you see that not all records were appended, it's only some of them, but the finally portion was called. So we had a clean up code of the database. We don't leave it into an unstable, undefined state. The data is posted, but the program had an abnormal termination because we were not handling the exception. So the program crashed, aborted, whatever you want to call it, but the database was cleanly finished up the way we wanted because we had the try finally code block. Now, as a convenience, the only I did the code is so simple that you don't need to actually compile. It's everything included in a header. So the only way, the way to use this simple try finally is just do this, include a header, try finally. That's number one. Number two is whenever you wanna do this try finally code block, open a temporary code block, a scoped code block. In this case is this. Optionally, I also like to do something like this, which is even more replicating what you would want to see on a try finally. Well, anyhow, you can accommodate things any way you want, but I think this is good enough to have visibility on what's going on. So after creating this in code block, scope it inside code block. That was number two. Number three is create an object of try finally class. You need to instantiate the object. That's number three. And then number four, call the try and finally methods of that object and pass as the argument your lambda function having your body of try and also the body of finally. And that's it. The rest is all automatically done by the object constructors, the object destructors, and array II. It's so simple to do. As another convenience, I have the exact same header, but what I call it in debug mode. If you're just curious how things are happening inside, the only thing you need to do is, let me do that here. So in the sample program with the database, I'm going to remove the exception thrown here. And in include file, instead of the normal one, I'm gonna include the debug version. What will happen here is, for those that are curious, or if you really need it for some weird behaving and you don't know what's going on, then this may come handy for you. I do the compilation of this project again. Okay, we go back here. Look, this was the previous run with an exception, but I'm going back without having an exception. And then you get these additional commentaries from the try finally array II object. So these are coming from the array II object, and this may help you in case of a tricky bug that it's hard to catch. Then at least you know what's going on, and at least it's telling you exactly what's happening at the object level of the try catch object. Then going back here, I'll just add the exception so you can see. Let me just show you here one thing is, you see here that it's warning or telling us exactly when the try block has ended, and then when the finally code starts, and then when the finally code ends, and finally when the try finally array II object is being destructed. Here you get this normal, means it followed the normal process flow. There was no exception thrown in the try code block. Then it went the normal way executed finally through the normal process. And then finally, the destructor is reached through the normal path. When we have an exception thrown, which is the case I'm going to show you now, we compile this again. We execute this code again. You see again here, starts the try code block. There's a catch start, meaning there was an exception detected inside the try block. Then the try finally object jumps to the catch section. Then inside the catch section, it calls finally. Then you have the code of your finally code. Then it finishes finally, and then the object gets destroyed. But it's been destroyed through the alternate path. It had to handle the exception that was detected inside the try code block in order to actually execute finally, the finally code block, and then throw again the exception. So this is the way we are emulating the try finally code block. We are simply intercepting the throwing of an exception to make sure that the finally code block is always executed. And then, since this is a try finally, this is not meant to handle the exception. So you need to rethrow it again. If you have a real try catch, that'll be on the next level, and that's apt to that try catch to do its own work. This try finally code block doesn't handle exceptions. It only makes sure that the finally code block gets executed. And then you have an abnormal code program termination, but you have the finally code block executed the way you wanted it to be. So this is the code, and I'm gonna share this with you in the repository. Bear with me for 1 or 2 days. I need to post it, and then I will make it available for all of you. And that's it for now. That's all I had to show to you in my presentation. I hope this helps. It's a very simple object, but as I have shown to you, there may be some use cases, corner use cases, where you may find this handy. And it's just a header file. You just need to include it and then use the convention I show, and you have a very, very handy try finally code block in C++.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much for that, Miguel. Let me just put you back on the Q&A. If you turn your camera on, I think we can put you on if you want to be on camera. It's up to you. It's your other source, I think, because I can see his source is down in here.
Hold on.
I could be wrong.
I'm
there's no
preparing
rush.
to launch the camera.
Woohoo! Like a rocket. Up to space.
Like a rocket. Yeah.
There you go. Excellent. Okay,
Thank you.
so let me do this. So we're side by side. There you go. Excellent. Okay. Thanks for that. It was a really good session. We had one about Delphi exceptions, and you actually explained, I think, quite clearly as well, how exceptions, get nested in a way that made a lot more sense. You did make one comment that I just wanted to go back on again. You said that the try finally is a runtime function, or did I misunderstand? Implementation.
Yes, because normally you expect to be implemented by the compiler. Then the compiler introduces the low-level code to actually do the try catch. We don't have that in C++. So this is emulated by runtime execution with array_ii, which is resource allocation is initialization. Actually, for your execution, there's no difference. The only difference is if you do a mistake, like I showed there, I needed somehow to flag the programmer if he forgot to define either try or finally. In case of the compiler, it tells you right away, you don't get a full compilation. But in this case, you get a full compile, but it's not good. It won't behave correctly. So to warn you that there's something's wrong, then I'm raising a real exception at runtime saying, hey, you forgot to define either try or finally. which doesn't make sense. You need to define both.
And what versions of the C++ standard support that, or is that something outside of the C++ standards?
This is outside of C++ standards. That's
Right,
what
so
I
this
made a replica.
Yeah, so this is only C++ builder?
Any C++, this is actually implemented in C++ builder, but any C++ will do. As I presented, C++ stands as the only major language today that doesn't have try finally implemented at the compiler level.
Yeah. Because that's what I was slightly confused about, because I'm not a C++ expert. I mean, I know how to code in C++, but I mainly have done C programs back in the day. I did all sorts of crazy C programs, even wrote an antivirus system back in the day, years ago, but in C. But C++, to me, there's always the bit that I think confuses new people are there's a C++, C11 standard, there's C17, there's C23, and so, and that's where people are saying, well, there's generics, but it's only available in this version, and there's this, but it's only available in that version. But the try finally is something completely outside of that. It's a runtime thing. Is that what you're saying?
It's at the language level, not on the features, not on the runtime library. It's at the core language. Right. It's like if then else. It's at the language level. So try finally, like in Delphi, it's part of the language. It's a structure provided, a control flow provided by the compiler, the language. So in C++, as I explained, Bjorn Solstrup, the creator of C++, says no need. So they only implemented the exception handling. They only implemented the exception handling part, which is try catch.
Yeah, I like the way he says there's no. I like the way he says there's no need. That's Bjorn Solstrup, but really summed up. He's like, nah, you don't need it. You'll be fine. Yeah.
Well, if you follow what I presented, he's right 90% of the time. That's what I intentionally presented, some use cases. The first 3 use cases are like, it's an immediate example of the most common use cases on, yes, you can use array II for that. You don't need try finally. Use array II, which is they are calling all the time for you to use. But there's some specific cases where you cannot use array II because there's no allocation being deallocated, like that database example. I don't want to deallocate the database. I just wanted to do some cleanup on the database in case an exception is thrown inside the try finally call block. So those very specific corner cases, now you have a way to emulate or simulate the try finally call block.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. Well, it's not often you can say, well, Delphi does something at that level that's slightly better. That's almost like blasphemous for a C++ person to say that. But I'm glad.
well, this is one of them. Delphi has had try finally since it's Delphi. It was one of the key additions to the Delphi language when they put it together.
Yeah, I mean, I like C++. I think that most Delphi coders who experience enough can look at C++ code and understand what's going on, even if they don't take the time to learn C++. I have dozens of books behind me about C++, and they're all different. Every single one is covering a different subject. C++ is immensely powerful, but it also is one of those languages where I find it quite complicated. And I've been coding for a long time, but when you need it to do certain things, C++ is definitely, it's the proper surgical tool under some circumstances for doing things, and it's very interesting. Conrad, who's the guy that talked about not being able to see properly, he says, nice thing in Delphi, custom managed records can emulate RAII. Not sure if it's as efficient though. Yeah.
That okay. I'm presenting tomorrow. I'm presenting that tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
The opposite thing.
That's right.
I'm presenting exactly the opposite thing is how to do array II in Delphi with managed records. And that's a big feature because
I didn't even know that. That's funny. Well, there you go, Conrad. Miguel is ahead of you, of course. I'm sure he knew
Yeah,
anyway. But yeah, so your session tomorrow. Are you doing your session live tomorrow? Is it pre-recorded? I'm not sure.
I'll try my best to send you the video in case I run into trouble. It's because I had last minute things with some projects here. So
you're a very, very
I
good
have the
live.
material.
Yeah, you're a very, very good live presenter anyway. You do it like that, and I think people would be amazed to know that it's completely live. It's you're just getting on and showing the slides and coding, and off you go, and it's really slick and well presented. So I'm fine for whatever. If you want to do it live, that's good for me. You worry me because you're also very precise. I will be there at 1, and you're exactly there at a particular time. Because I was looking and thinking, oh, he's not coming. But you turned up. Yeah.
I'm here. I never miss one, Ian. I never miss one.
No, I know. We've been on plenty of sessions together in the past, and it's very good. Okay, well, we're going to call it a day there, I think. But thank you once again for your session. I look forward to the one in Delphi tomorrow. You speak multiple languages, human languages, and multiple computer languages as well. So you're a real developer's developer. I think it's great, but I appreciate it, Miguel. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you
Thanks
very much, and see you tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Okay, and we're going to turn him off. Oh, see, Martha is still in the background driving buttons, and I thought, oh, she's probably dropped off or something now, but no, she's still there. Okay, well, that was a very good session, and Miguel is back tomorrow. Just to recap what's happening tomorrow. So tomorrow's sessions we're starting again at 10 a.m. If you're not getting the emails through, and I've had several people email me and say they're not receiving the emails. If you're watching on YouTube or LinkedIn, click on the like button and click on the subscribe button. Do it. We won't know who you are. We can't spam you. We can't do anything else. But as soon as we go live, you'll get that notification come through from YouTube or LinkedIn, and it'll tell you, hey, they're going live. We'll start about 10 minutes early, so you've got a chance to get that notification come to you and go, oh, they've gone live, and then we'll kick off on the hour with the first session. The first session tomorrow is one you cannot miss. It is from Michalis Cambarelis. But I'm going to call him Michalis because I can say that bit without messing it up. And it is coding games using Castle Game Engine and Delphi. It's an amazing session. He's a really talented developer, and it's an hour and a half long. We've planned for an hour and a half as well. So come along to that session. Excuse me. We've also got another session by Juan Castillo, and he will be doing a session on advanced logging, so advanced use of jacklog, performance filtering, multi-threading, which is actually difficult to do in logging, but his logging library supports that, and that'll be at 12 my time or 12 US Central Time, 6 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. UTC. And then at 1 p.m., which is an hour ago from now, so whatever time it is for you now, take an hour off, and that session will be Miguel coming back once again for resource allocation is initialization for Delphi, and that's RAII. So he's going to carry on and talk about RAII, which he introduced in this session as well, as he said. And he'll probably be doing that live, but he may pre-record it. We'll see. But that will be him, and then we're done for the day. We've got more coming on after that. Excuse me. On Thursday, we've got some great sessions from Yellowfin, and the one session as well that I really want to see is a smart backpack controlled by a mobile application with FGX native from Yaroslav Brovin. Antonio Zapata will be on Thursday morning first session doing HTMX, which is really a thing to behold. If you want to do web development with no JavaScript involved, then this is the thing to do it with. It's quite incredible. It gets it working with RAD server, I think, in Delphi. And then on Friday, first session, Ben from Ultra Edit will be joining us with Bradley. And they'll be talking about all the tips and tricks of Ultra Edit and talking about lots of wonderful things there. We'll have a session on functional programming from Dr. Kevin Bond. He's a brilliant academic, teaches Delphi in schools in the UK and colleges, I think. But if you want to learn a little bit about computational science and functional programming, kind of falls into that. Proof of rightness or completeness, shall we say, in code, but also just a different way of doing things that you might not be used to. Then watch that session. Paul McGee is going to do a set from Australia. Is going to do a session on coroutines. And Ali Demban is going to do a session on the Open AI Wizard. And then Marco from GDK, Marco G, will finish off the very last session on Friday, which is good because I've got quite a lot to talk to Marco about and mention the Delphi Summit, which his company ran. But he'll be doing the session at 2 p.m. on Friday. So a lot happening, and we're going to be super busy. Serge Pilko is messaging me as well in the background saying, how am I doing? Well, Serge, I'm doing pretty good, but I'm actually pretty busy because right now I'm hosting. But anyway, thanks once again for everybody joining us. Once again, if you are not aware of the news, then I would like you to scan that barcode or go to blogs.embarcadero.com and just read about our colleague Eugene Kryukov or Evgeny Kryukov, who unfortunately unexpectedly passed away last week. I did mention him when I opened this morning on the sessions. Big shock to all of us at Embarcadero. Most of us had spoken to Eugene or met with him or worked with him. He is the father of FireMonkey. He invented FireMonkey. He had several products out, and also FMX Linux, Cross VCL, FL Studio. I mean, he was a coder's coder. The guy was absolutely incredible, and we were absolutely devastated as a company. There's not one person that I have spoken to within the company who wasn't absolutely shocked that he passed away. He was only quite young, and he passed away quite unexpectedly from an issue to do with his heart. And shock for his family, I'm sure. We waited a little while before we put the blog post up honouring his memory, because we don't like to do it straight away, because family and friends need to hear the news and hear it appropriately, not necessarily through our blog. But from all of us at Embarcadero, we really wanted to take the time to honour his memory and remember him. He was an extremely talented developer, and for him to pass away like that it's unimaginable. And my thoughts are with his family on behalf of all of Embarcadero. He was a great guy. So I think I'm going to leave it with that. I don't really want to. Normally we would play out with our what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I'm just going to pull that up. We would normally play out with our Code Monkey video. I don't actually want to do that today, just because I don't feel that I would want to do that. I don't feel it's particularly appropriate right now. So what I'd actually like to do, as soon as my site works, is just leave everybody with the thoughts for a second of sharing my screen, and also of Eugene. Great developer. Thanks very much. I'll be back tomorrow, normal time, and much more bouncy.